because they take up a lot of space. Because like I always record my streams so they're in nice quality when I go to edit stuff, because Twitch, obviously like streaming, downloading a stream video is gonna artifact and compress and do all that fun stuff. So, I made like a new account just for like VODs, and then every time I have a VOD, I'll just like upload it to YouTube, and then I can free up space on my hard drive because those things take up quite a bit of space. Anyways, like I said, we're gonna try to focus on Orange Sap. So I mainly want to get more comfortable with Super Jump, but I do like Zap as a weapon, so I want to give it a little bit more time, a little bit more use. See if I can get a better understanding of some of its tools, but I think Super Jump will actually come in kind of clutch here. I have to be careful about. I thought we had more presence in mid. I was trying to flank them completely. This is awful. Oh. I did not want to deal with the Tri-Slash. Do you have the fake contacts with swim speed? No, I think it's with or special charge up. No swim speed. Not a great start. But we can explode as a team. I should be able to move forward quite a bit. I need this Tri-Slash to stop harassing. This is not good. They already got a big push, so jumping back is kind of whatever. I need to keep feeding though. Oops. King Jet's gonna be a little bit problematic. Gotta finish a paper soon. Good luck, good luck. Hopefully it all goes well. Ah. Yeah, our comp is kind of rough here. I need to play more aggressive. I just want to spam specials, but I don't know. Comp is a little spicy. I didn't really have a good answer to the Tri-Slash, but I could have tried to fight it more directly. I'll give this some time. I mean, I need to like get back into the swing of things. But I definitely need to try to be more aggressive in these games. Especially with the type of weapons I had on my team. Because like Luna Blaster can't really get in, Splash Neo can't fight, and Hydra's Hydra. So I need to acknowledge if I need to be the catalyst on the comp a little bit faster. purple headband, I can make that happen. My dog's gonna be whiny because it's starting to rain. He does not like rain or storm or anything. Oh my god. Holy macaroons. So let's see other map. I think brine water is actually really good for chomp. Mahi's probably fine too. I think I only really got to use one proactive chomp, but our team was still fighting in mid, so I wasn't able to push with it. Because I think you want to position your super chomp to be really aggressive, but you have to know that you can follow up with it, and I did not have the follow up for it. Also need to get comfortable with ranges. That's one thing that feels really weird with super chomp. It's like I can't really like immediately use it and feel like I know where it's gonna go, which can be a bit problematic. Is there no one playing right now? Maybe we need to do a Vather view. And just kind of chill for a little bit until, because we still have one more saved up. So we might need people to get back to playing the game after the Splatfest. There we go. Leftover conch shells in the machine. Yeah, I used those right before I started streaming. I had like one extra one. But that's a good point. Rest your sword from using ink brush. Yeah. Ink brush is I'm always scared to use snappier weapons. Splatfest, yeah. I forgot to I don't think I've ever actually wiped mine, but it's only like 2,000, right? So probably should. Okay. I need to get in front and make sure. Oh. I have to be careful of ball plant. I don't want to go down the fall off. I should push. No. I swear, I still have to get used to strafe speed with the. Well, the splash is a lightweight weapon, but I don't know why. Zap always feels kind of different. Need help from teammates. There's people stuck on this right side, but... Yeah, oh no, I'm so dead. I should have gone my teammates shouldn't have followed me to the right side. I went right because they were already on left, so I assumed that they would not go toward the objective, but it also makes sense that they would want to get closer to the objective. Oh, I got outplayed. Nice. Probably get a big run of it. Yeah, big run. Kind of nice. I don't know what map they'd want to do it on. I always feel like it'd be really cool if they, like, somehow debuted the release of a new map. Oh, I'm so dead to the Luna. If they debuted a map with, oh, it's Rafa. That's why they're sweating. I see, I see. Like, if they release the Reef or something with, as like a new map or something, like it'd be cool if the first time we got to play it was in Big Round. It'd make the event a lot more special, IMO. I don't know if that's how they'd want to do it, but I don't know. I just think it'd be cool. Cause I feel like the events are fun, but they very much stick to the exact same formula. Oh, I'm not in range. Not bad. Nice. And I think I get bored of the formula very quickly, and they don't do anything to really switch it up outside of like... They change like one variable, which was like one nice thing about this last Splatfest that they actually did do a better job of. Oh my goodness. That they actually had like a brand new map for the Splatfest specifically. Even though the map was like trash, the fact that it was for a Splatfest and it was very unique and it tied into the brand was very unique. So then I thought they were farther up. We're probably gonna lose lead here. Kind of made a mistake. Hello? Ouroboros debuted? Yeah, true. Honestly, that's probably fine. I forgot about that. The big runs get like a new monster. So that's actually really cool. Ah, my bad. I threw the game. I missed my shots. I don't think what I should be doing better with Zap. 'Cause I want to be more aggressive, but I'm failing to do so. Which part of it is my aim? Like I'm still like warming up, but I'm gonna be honest, right now I'm not really using my auto bombs to like scout out stuff like I should. There's also a couple of spots where I was trying to like look to move forward. Like I'm trying to run past, I was trying to run past Rainmaker, like in between its shots and go underneath it. But they have a ballpoint like sitting with it or a crab in certain spots, so um so yeah, that's not something I can feasibly do. Yeah, this is a map where we're playing against a lot of mid-range, like we have the ability to push forward. Oh, we cannot be dying to... Oh. Should have jumped back to one of my teammates, but I'm not running stealth jump, so I didn't want to get sniped by something. Oh, I ran out of ink. Oopsie. Yeah, our team is getting hardcore Alpinaed right now. Oh, shoot. Goodness. There's still one more. I need people to move forward. Like, we're not taking any space after we get picks. Kinda need to do that. I don't... I'd like to fight fair stage, but... Shoot. Teammates are trying to go in and fight before I can actually assist, and then I went in by myself after they died. Which I think getting the pick on the heavy's fine, but I can't keep continuing after. I'm not playing very disciplined right now. It's not very girl boss of me. Be taking these types of fights. This is a spot where special's actually really good, but we need to like get around. We need people to move forward. Need to find an opportunity to go. I must have another special. I kind of left my Hydra there. I just wanted to take lead. I don't think it's worth, but I also don't want to be a minute later into the game when we have to like push through their choke. It's not a very good push, but the fact that we have a lead does actually matter, especially with the types of comps that we're both playing. It takes a lot of pressure off of us. Even though it's not a great play, it does like help. Splash. Tried to push me. And this is where we take space. I don't care about the... Technically, there's a risk that they're gonna push, like, drop off spawn, but... If I'm holding their stage, it's not very good, especially if I have teammates watching ledges. Because where teammates on ledges is actually, like, really good. No, I was one shot off. We should be able to take a little bit more of a lead. Okay, we did not take a lead. Yeah, ranked is back up. We just got it back 30 minutes ago. So I'm playing some Rainmaker. I think we get the results for the Splatfest in like a couple of hours. I don't know when exactly, but soon. No, I thought I was able to survive. This is not good. I mean, I should be able to hold, but... I need to follow up. No. Our squeezer tries Luca instead of just shooting at them. My spacing, I mean, my positioning was bad at the end. I shouldn't have backed up to my team. I just didn't trust my teammates. I just wanted to paint and hold and stall. Because I felt like I was forcing a solo play, but I didn't expect my squeezer to try and do that. That's frustrating. Oh. Game was a little bit better, but it just feels very weird. Again, it goes back to the issue that I'm having with Super Chump, where connecting, using it, and getting value is tough. But the comps that I've had, I don't think complement Super Chump very well, because I've had a lot of mid-range type weapons. The only like thing that I could have played off of in the last handful of games is a Luna Blaster, which isn't too bad, but I don't know. I need to figure out how we actually get in. But I suspect it's my timings of when I use the Super Chump. But the other problem is that we don't really have, like, I don't know. I guess I have to consider Inkjet as like an engagement special, because people are playing like irrelevant specials, and I feel like I need, like, I feel like it's important for me to be able to combo what I'm doing. I can't really combo with anything. I guess I can do it with the Rain and Booyah whenever they have it. They're the post-launch events aren't that big or don't have anything special. They bring seasonal updates for free. Yeah, that's fair. But the whole thing about the free thing is like, and I think it's kind of especially apparent, at least in my opinion, but like if someone disagreed, I wouldn't blame them, but the content definitely feels like they're still playing catch up, you know? Like I feel like we need the content in order for the game to feel complete. But maybe that's just based off of our perception. It's like, is the problem of going from late game Splatoon 2, where you have a bunch of kits and everything and all this other stuff, and then playing Splatoon 3, like without all those new kits? Can someone pick it up? What are we doing? I don't know. I don't know why the game doesn't, like, I understand they want to drip feed content, but when Splatoon 1 came out, they justified drip feeding kits for the fact that, oh, people are still learning the game, so we don't want to give them too much content at one time. But with this game being the third in the series, like, it's just a crutch for them to be able to get the game out faster than it's needed to be out. But I don't know. I'm totally okay being the grumpy old man, for sure. No, Fortnite, we always see Nintendo's a AAA developer. The games are pretty much smaller and popularity. Yeah, that's fair. Some of that's also because of free to play on a bunch of consoles versus Nintendo exclusive, and you have to buy their new console and you have to pay $60 and you have to pay for online. But yeah. Oh my bounce. Nice. So I think for me, it's like, it's not what you say, but how you say it. Oh shoot. And I don't know. I feel like Nintendo, it feels very, I feel like the Nintendo, or like at least the Splatoon content, the releases feel very hollow, if that makes sense. Shoot. To a certain degree, it feels like they just like don't care in a way. And it feels like they hired someone for content to be like a content manager and to drip feed the new content, and there isn't a lot of heart and soul in it. Like you get it in the trailers, but when it comes to actually playing with it, I don't know. But I do think that I think my perception is more incorrect, especially if you think about it in terms of like Salmon Run. So like as a Salmon Run player and, you know, getting big events and all this other stuff, like I can definitely understand that not to be the case always. Oh goodness. But it's definitely how I feel when it comes to a lot of the newer Splatoon content. Kits are very easy to make, not include balancing, but I was more referring to new maps, weapons, sub-weapons, specials. Yeah. I don't know. For me, it just feels very like we've been there and done that and seen this. But again, I think there's definitely a bias to the way that I see it because of like it's hard not to compare Splatoon content to like literally every other game that's out, which again, like you said, like it's not fair to do that because companies are charging you a ton for battle passes and stuff. But I don't know, I guess for me that's played those games with battle passes, it's like even if I don't purchase the content, it still feels like a lot bigger of an event. But I don't know. Like, I cannot. No, I ran out of ink. Oh, they're behind me. Yeah, my bad. I choked that. I couldn't find the pick. I don't know. Like, I don't know what I like want. I guess is like the bigger problem. Is like I don't know how it should be better, but it just feels. Like in terms of a Splatfest, I do think that like I do think the Triforce map, even though objectively I don't think it's that cool or like balance, like it wasn't that fun to play, but because it is like a new, because it was something new, it was a lot more interesting for me, even if I don't ever want to play it again. But at least it makes this Splatfest like more memorable, which to me is like important. Because I feel like events, I want to feel like memorable. And I feel like at least on the PvP side, like none of the new updates or anything really feels like memorable. Like I couldn't tell you like the types of like emotes or clothing or whatever. Like I can't tell you, oh, like the winter season brought so and so. But again, like at the end of the day, I don't really know if it really like matters. I think some of it goes back to what I was saying yesterday, where seeing other people kind of be negative about some of this stuff. I don't know. Like I want to, I want everyone to have like a good time, like playing the game, if that makes sense. And the fact that other people are struggling to like get enjoyment, I don't know. Cause like I'm still enjoying like playing the game, obviously, but I don't know. I'm the type of person that like I don't really care about events, but if they are gonna have events, and especially if they're gonna take away what I enjoy for events, yo, what's up? Hi. Do you do coaching? I do coaching, yes. If you have a replay code, I can go over it, certainly. Ideally not something that's like, what should I say? Not turf war, and not like a super short game. But yeah, I think that's the problem that I have with Splatfest, is that they like actively take away what I want to play, and what they replace it with isn't that super interesting or memorable. But again, I think the Splatfest was actually better because of the Triforce map. Even though the Triforce map is like, again, like it wasn't good, but it was like an attempt. Like I see the intent and it feels more like passionate, I guess. Like when I think about Splatoon and its developers and everything, I feel like a lot of passion in what they do. And especially with Splatfest, outside of the last one, I think, especially since it's promoting their new game that's coming out soon, like they were trying, like they wanted to put something a little bit spicier, but it's like next month they're gonna do what, like, I don't know. It's like, what's your favorite like flower or something? And it's just like, there just feels like there's no heart or passion behind it. It's just like, oh, well, we have time for our normal Splatfest. But again, I do think that their salmon run stuff is definitely a lot more interesting. Okay, I need to be moving forward. I need to not worry about the objective and go for picks. I think that's some of the problem that I've been experiencing. I didn't expect them to come back and poke. We're gonna pretend that we didn't see that. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, shoot. Like, I'm still excited for the game, but it just... I don't know. Because even, like, with the different clothing and stuff... Like, everything just tries to... everything feels like... The clothing is, like, all supposed to be, like... Not cool, but it's all, like, very, like, standard, you know? I think that's the thing with events, is, like... A lot of events and, like, new skins or new weapons or new, you know, clothing or gear in this game. Like, when that stuff comes out, I feel like when I look at it for other games, there's, like, some excitement around it. And when I look at someone's, like... Because, like, if I get splatted by someone or if I see, like, a teammate, it's not necessarily, like, super engaging or interesting about that. Never mentioned anything they liked, yeah. Nah, I'm with you. And sometimes that's why I try to put myself in an environment that's a lot more positive, because it's very easy for my like mental to just like shift. With like, I don't really think about it, but like my mental will kind of just shift when it comes to kind of going with the hive mind. So if I see a lot of negativity, I'll be more negative. But I think it's somewhat common. It's scary that I don't think about it and it just happens, but Uh, but let me finish this series and we can fire up the replay code. That sounds like a plan. Enjoyed the Triforce map a ton. I heard so many people whine about it. Yeah, I mean, again, like a lot of people are trying to like judge it on its competitive merits. And like if they didn't have fun with it, like that's fine, but I definitely think with the right perspective shift, which to me is like what you need. Like Splatfest for me have become something where I need like to shift my perspective. Cause like I can't engage with it for too long. I have to like, whenever there's a Splatfest weekend, it's like I have to play the game less because I don't wanna, if I overindulge, I know that I'm not gonna like fully enjoy it. Oh, I thought they were gonna actually help. Like I have to play just enough to like barely like interact, because over time it does kind of tire me out because I am unable to play what I want to play. Which again would be fine so long as they give me something else to like kind of chew on. Oh. And I think the Triforce map was something for like 2 days is enough. But like with the regular release, oh my goodness. With the regular releases and everything, I don't feel that. Whenever there's a new season, it doesn't necessarily feel like enough. Like there are changes, but again, it just feels like, oh, your rank reset. That's a change. Oh, there's a catalog that you have to go through, but like, I don't know. Like the experience of like getting new stuff in the catalog, like, I don't know. There's maybe like one thing in the 100 levels that like I unlock it and it's like, oh, this is like kind of cool, or like I was looking forward to this. Most of it's pretty plain, but I know some people when they like show off the catalog, some people are like, oh my god, they actually brought back this hat or something, and like they're all about it. So it might just be my priorities of the game, which is like valid. I don't know why I didn't strafe. I thought I was gonna hit my shots. I keep thinking that like, cause I'm used to the zap range, but I keep thinking I have no RNG. So my kill times, I expect to be a lot faster than they actually are. Which is a really big problem for me. Yo, what's up, Free, though? Hello, hello, hello. No. That's splat. I don't even know how that did damage. That's so unfortunate. Gee. Last one, right? No, we didn't take a lead. Oh, whoops, I jumped to the wrong person. Ooh. No. I didn't stick to the wall. I used to grind Splatfest a lot trying to get high scores. Now I just queue up in the friends. Yeah, I don't know. I don't I don't take it seriously, but I find ranked potentially more interesting. The only casual thing I like with Splatfest now is tricolor. Because at least it's an experience you've never had before. I think sometimes that's what I struggle with when it comes to... Shoot. I probably should have just jumped. I really wanted to die, but I think that means I should have just jumped out. We made it to 5 at least, so... Wait, we just choked? I'm so silly. I need to focus on these games a little bit more. That's my bad. Even though I enjoy Turf War, can't do it for 8 hours a day, yeah. Play 2 rotations, even 40 and 1. One rotation going 19 and 0 is more than enough, yeah. Be sad if I took away Salmon Run when there was a Splatfest, yeah. I understand why rank Splatfest is nothing. Or Anarchy. Yeah. It goes back to I'm not sure. I don't I go back to I don't know what I want. Because I don't get burnt out about Splatfest, but I think it's the groan and feeling bad that would, I don't know. I don't actually know. Sometimes you talk about stuff and it's what am I actually complaining about? So I think there's definitely some fatigue that I just really want to play league battle stuff. The fact that that's still not in the game is pretty bad. And the fact that there's not enough kits for different weapons can be a little bit frustrating. That problem isn't as much for me, but I don't know. Anyways, let's see what's going on. Maybe I feel bad because others feel bad. That might be it. I don't have time to... Yeah, I don't know. I think honestly, I think you're definitely right. Where I carry the fatigue of what others. Hi, if you're still here, if you can check this code for me. Are these? Oh, is this an L maybe? Gotcha. My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. It's complex of zero clue they're doing it there for. Yeah. True. Turf War. We can go over a Turf War, but usually I like to go over ranked games because I don't know enough about Turf War and I'm not passionate enough about Turf War. But I'm more than happy to make a little bit of an exception here because we got some time. I still need to wake up a little bit, so this isn't bad. So when it comes to Turf War, I'm not really sure who would want to do a lot of painting. I guess maybe your roller. Roller's sitting back a little bit in painting, but I don't know. I don't know the proper way to play Turf War. In terms of the meta, I don't know if you're supposed to paint your base at the beginning or not. I feel like painting your base is generally better, but I could be wrong. But I can dig you taking space. Getting the paint down. Yeah, the other team painted their base, and so they were still sitting up top when you were going for those plays. I'm gonna be honest, I I don't have a ton of stuff to say about Turf War. There's spots like when action happens, I can potentially look into it, but yeah, I don't know. I say this play is a little bit dangerous, but the other team's focused on other stuff. So one thing I will say is when you move forward into this kind of scenario, a lot of times playing Turf War, you don't necessarily need to like let me get my stuff out. Okay. So in a scenario like this, I don't necessarily love pushing in behind the enemy team like this. It's like fine. But when you look at the bigger picture, I'd rather you help your team with like the other parts of what's going on, which you do indirectly help like this. But as you're going behind, there's a lot of stuff that may potentially happen. Like this is like, you know, this is like a little bit of a lower, or at least looking at the GooTube, it's a little bit lower skills. So like they're gonna kind of sit here for a while. But if you want to interact with this person and like go for this play behind, like you can be in mid because Stamper as a weapon is really good at guarding ledges. And you can like, I mean, probably even from right here, I think you can actually get angles on this person. I don't know if it goes that far with its range, but it's pretty close. But I don't know. I feel like it'd probably be a little bit better to play around your team unless there's like a specific play you're looking for. But taking space is fine. I'm not gonna complain too much about someone taking too much space forward. But it's just a little bit dangerous because you just put yourself in a spot where you potentially don't have a ton of paint. And if you wanted to go for one of these plays, like you can use Zipcaster and like get your special ready and use that to, you know, punish their backline and like zip behind them. But if you were aggressive, you had a target in mind, I can respect that. I'd be careful about chasing this person because we know the arrow spray was somewhere nearby, so you may have to be you have to be careful about that. So yeah, this couple things with this Zipcaster. First thing, when you're actually using it, you probably want to throw it in a position that's a little bit less out in the open to make yourself a little bit safer. So if you wanted to use it like I'd tuck it near a wall. So like if you want to use it right here, it's like not too bad. And then as we start looking to turn around the corner, like using it right here is a little bit better potentially. But when we use Zipcaster, it's better to go like higher in the air versus like trying to chase this person. Because if you're going to chase like this, it'd be faster and more efficient to use your main weapon. This is a little bit better, getting some height and getting extra distance. But when it comes to the play overall, like if you Zipcaster, like let's say you Zipcaster in this little area, like I would look to take vertical space like immediately. You can use like, I don't really know the perfect routes. I think using this over here is fine, but I think using this little vertical glass wall to get some extra height and like using this back area, I know in ranked people use this thing and like cling onto this wall, like get enough height here and then you can like dash over here. And then that way you have like a better vantage point of a lot of stuff and you're not going to get surprised. Because when you Zipcaster to here and then you Zipcaster here, like you leave yourself very vulnerable potentially. Like this is painted, but You leave yourself vulnerable to people on TP, people that, you know, may still be pinning spawn or coming out of spawn, and, you know, wherever this GooTube is, like there isn't a ton of paint, so I like having a higher vantage point personally, just because this is a little bit risky. Yo, what's up, Vapor? Congrats on the dub, the zones dub. I got some good wins. Because you spend most of your Zipcaster like looking for, trying to look for a target, like the person that you were chasing. And especially against something like a GooTuber, like if you want to keep chasing them by going around like this, just use your main weapon. You have like a big advantage in that fight. But overall, I'd like to see you play, like you do a good job of taking space. I'd like to see you play around ledges more so that you can actually like ledge camp with Stamper, because that's like a really big part of its kit and a lot of its value. Yeah. This is a lot of tunnel vision for this whole play. Again, at these ranks, you probably won't get punished for it a ton. But you need to make sure you're keeping an eye on like the bigger picture. Certain weapons are able to play, like a lot of like frontlining weapons can kind of play this super chasey route, and it's fine. But at a certain point, you may potentially be like a liability. Like going for this is fine and getting this shot. After this shot, I would look to take high ground and like continue to get information. Because like as you're chasing this person and as you're tunneling, your brain and your eyes are only looking directly in front of you. Just the way that you're chasing this, you're only looking in front of you. So you want to not get into these situations a lot, especially if it's going to require you to chase for a while. And this person is out of your range from like the velocity of them swimming. I don't know. Like you can potentially play with your teammate, but I don't know. I still don't like just constantly like chasing. Like you have a burst bomb, so you can get this shot, take high ground, and throw a burst bomb to like help them instead. So instead of going for instead of chasing this, I'd rather you like look to get onto this raid stack. And you can use a burst bomb from up here. And if you want that, like if your teammate was to notice that there's someone behind them, you all can kind of fight that way. But if like once you're up here, you get a better picture of what's happening in the rest of the match. Because you're kind of like your whole game plan is playing around like a lot of these alleys and stuff, which is good, but you need to make sure that you have awareness of what's happening on the rest of the map. Because as you chase this person, depending on the awareness of this type of brush, they might come back and then you're going to get pincered. Or like this brush might run at your big swig and could potentially be like problematic. So I don't know. I think like chasing after someone's okay to a certain point, but you know, just continuing this fight and only looking for a fight, like you push them back, you took space, and that should be like, that's a win. You don't need the splat in order to take the win. And that's something that you see a lot at these ranks, and that like with your Dapples here, it's like they were hard focused on someone else over here, and that's why they completely just missed the wiper that was pushing behind them, because they had one target in mind and they were also tunneled on that target. And you want to kind of break out of that habit of just tunneling on like the one thing that you see. You want to have a better perspective of like the game as a whole, and which it's a hard skill to develop. But usually a good thing that can help is try to take high ground when you can and look to keep your camera in a position where you can see a lot of different vantage points. It'll also help over time as you learn like maps and like where people will come, like where people will want to play consistently. You can, how would you say it? Like, you'll know where you need to like position yourself because there's like important areas to control. So like on Mako as a whole, like these stacks, this left stack here, and then the enemy stack, these things are really important to control. When it comes to controlling mid, these stacks are really, really important. And then, you know, if you have control of mid and you start trying to push forward, which you'll probably generally push from the left side because the stack is closer to your side, so you'll usually push from there. And that's where, you know, like you did at the beginning of the match, like you get paint in this area, which is good. And then once you get paint around here, you can start playing around these ledges. And then like, you know, the GooTuber, for example, that'll probably want to sit up here. Or they'll want to sit up here. Like you can bully them from a lot of distance because Stamper has like a really good range and you're taking a lot of like really close range fights. And if you slow it down a little bit and try to take high ground when you can look for fights where you're using your range to like your advantage. Because you outrange all of these weapons very cleanly. So you can play, like you'll want to play more as like play a little bit slower, I would say. Because if they get into your range, then you should have the advantage in the fight. GooTuber outranges you a little bit. But GooTuber, like chargers in general are going to be playing in very common spots. Which I don't know if GooTuber plays more like a Squiffer or plays more like a traditional charger. I kind of just know it as a bot to farm missiles, but yeah. First minute 30 doesn't really matter. Oftentimes games are won via who paints more spawn. Yeah. Yeah, I like the idea of painting more spawn at the beginning, but I don't. I don't know. But yeah, depending on weapons for sure. GooTuber plays like a GooTuber as objectively factual. But like when you start taking these fights really up close, you're giving these lower range weapons a better opportunity to have higher odds to take these fights. And like the burst bomb, like throwing the burst bomb to get chip as you're approaching them with your weapon is great because it like limits their paint when you throw the burst bomb at them, and it also just does damage. But like getting yourself into hammer range is a lot scarier than it necessarily needs to be. Yeah, this is a better approach with Zipcaster, where you start on high ground, you find a target, and then you jump at them. So I think you understand that concept. Again, you get punished because you didn't really consider where you... Like, you didn't think about where you were using your Zipcaster from. So instead of Zipcastering out in the open, you can use Zipcaster. Again, you can use this wall as cover, which may, depending on how deep on the wall. Like, if you do it right on this corner, the GooTuber's still going to see you. But if you did it like closer to here, you probably wouldn't be seen. But you can also use it like, you can go on this little slick area. So this slick area right here, again, this is like a corner that people are going to have a harder time spotting out. And this would protect you from most threats so that when you can land relatively safely. So that's like the second time that this has happened. So it's probably something that you want to be more mindful of. You place like a zap. But I like the attempt and I like the chase and I like you going for high ground on this. Like the actual Zipcaster here is better, but both Zipcasters that you've done this game are your initial landing point. And when you start using your special is out in the open, which you've gotten punished for in both cases. And both of them are preventable. Sometimes it's not preventable and people will just camp your landing and it's tough, but you have to do like the best that you can. You want to be more like careful and thoughtful about where you're actually using your special because you have to recall back to it. I think it's fine. You probably could have played with your team, but jumping out because you felt unsafe is fair. Fair and valid. I don't know what happened there. That was a replay moment. I gonna be live tomorrow? Yeah. Well, I should be. Most days I'm live, but I'm still figuring out my schedule. But tomorrow should be good. Yeah, now that you're on the sledge, okay, this person dropped, so that's good. Yeah, you can like keep playing around these types of ledges and everything. Yeah, your Zipcaster positioning here is definitely not like you would get punished. It doesn't matter contextually because there's only a few seconds left, but yeah, you want to be careful. Also, you probably want to be pinning with your main weapon at the end of the game instead of going for that, but yeah. This is close. I think you'll oh. Alright. Not quite as close. I thought maybe y'all had the outskirts. You have more. Yeah, I would avoid providing me turf war codes because I don't really like looking at turf war, but there's a lot of things that will carry over in other matches. Yeah, I think there's a couple of bigger things to think about when you're playing your weapon. So first thing I would say, actually, can I use yeah, white doesn't look great. Yellow? Yeah, it's probably better. All right. So first thing I would say is awareness, and more specifically, tunnel vision. You want to avoid tunnel vision. There isn't a good way. There's certain scenarios where it's okay to tunnel onto someone, but there's sometimes where it's not. And having that filter, I don't think that's an active thing that you're always thinking about when you're chasing after someone. I think you see someone and then you're like, oh, I'm Stamper, I have more range. Like if I keep running at them, like you're confident in your mechanics, which I think your mechanics are a lot better than the other players that we see in this match. But be careful about tunnel vision, and in certain cases, what can help is trying to take high ground in certain spots. And camera control. Cam control. You want to try to get more information and be thoughtful and careful about getting information to take more educated risk if you are going to tunnel, or just general movement in a lot of scenarios. There's a lot of like, there was a spot early on where you wrapped around and chased after this GooTuber here, and there's like a better way of approaching that fight, I think, because this is like a lot of risk and it takes you out of a lot of action. And I think your weapon specifically, in the context of the other, oh my, no, it's not working. All right, 1 second. It should still show up, thank you. The big pen messes up every time. Huh. I had to click the same thing. Anyways, thank you. Yes. Tunnel vision. Be careful. Thank you, Luma. That's like a big thing. So like instead of, if you want to deal with this GooTuber, instead of just going all the way around, again, time and place. There's certain times where these types of flanks are totally fine, but this puts you out of the fight, and I like your weapon is very important to kind of what to controlling a lot of space, and you existing as a mid, like, because you outrange 3 of these people, so you don't want to be playing up close, like that type of combat. That's something that maybe either your brush or your dapples would be more inclined to want to do. So you want to have like a bigger presence, which this goes into like the second thing is weapon. ranges. And understanding the concept of like putting your weapon in the range of your weapon and put it contextually of how it stacks up against the other weapons that you're fighting against. Because in this game, like, this has more range than you, the Gootuber, but Wiper, Brush, Aerospray, they all have less range than you. And if you find yourself in scenarios, which Stamper will do because it's a really, really strong weapon, it has equal range? Oh, that's interesting. Okay, well, equal. About equal. Something or not. If not more, oh, that's crazy. Dude, Stamper's crazy. Okay. Yeah, some of these like some of these ranges you have to be a little bit more mindful of. But yeah, it may not actually be more. I'll take Vapor's word for it. But when you have like when you outrange most of the weapons, you want to play accordingly. Same range as a heavy, that is wild. And you were playing like you played Stamper how something like how a sploosh would be played, or like a really short range weapon where you need to play very stealthily and you have to like constantly get behind and constantly chase into close range of your opponents. And you don't necessarily need to do that. And again, if you take high ground, you can do a better job of leveraging your range. Because that it gives you extra range, and it also like will give you the vision and the spacing to be able to spot smaller ranged weapons, so that they have less chance of actually getting into a range where it's a fair fight or potentially in their favor. And like Stamper's unique to where you can one shot up close, and like there's a lot of times where you did that successfully. So playing ledges and stuff is still fine with this, but just in general. But yeah, for your weapon specifically, ledges are really, really good. And I think you do a good job of like climbing up walls and using ledges like that, and climbing up this wall and like jumping onto someone. But in terms of overall ledges, I think you can you know, like on a lot of maps, you can camp these ledges really, really, really well. And I can show you how to do it after I get out of this replay. Because it's something that like rollers do well, buckets do well, and platanas do really, really well. But you have to get comfortable with the timing and everything. Yes. Thank you, Killer V. Appreciate it. Yeah. Last thing, this is minor, but Zipcast landing. So when you're landing with your Zipcaster, like use cover. So instead of using a Zipcaster like out in the open here, which you Zipcastered in this open area many times, and in a lot of spots they had Gootubers that were just waiting to splat you the second that you landed. So you want to be mindful of that. Try to tuck yourself behind corners whenever possible. You know, like it doesn't have to be perfect, but like, you know, you can use that. You can use this like if you do it like behind a ledge, like these types of corners, you're fine. You know, even using these type of ledges where you potentially can get jumped on, but at least someone would have to like see it ahead of time, or they have to like go out of their way to actually like splat you. They can't sit behind cover. Because the problem with doing it out in the open is like someone can sit behind cover and just peek out and splat you, or just throw a bomb, and you're a lot more visible in general. So look for these little like cubbies and coves to get your thingy, to get the zip cast out. Your first zip cast when you used it on low ground was really bad, but the other zipcasters that you did were a lot more thoughtful and taking high ground. So I'm not going to focus on that too much because A, it's not as important as the tunnel visioning and the weapon rolls. And yeah. But for Zipcaster specifically, or just, if you play Inkjet Weapon at some point, you'll want to think about that stuff as well. So, anyways, hope that helps. I know a lot of this isn't very specific to Turf War, but I don't play enough that I wouldn't want to comment on like the macro of Turf War. It's just important to control a lot of areas, which I think you do a good job of holding space, but sometimes you get a little bit distracted by like over exerting and over chasing something specific. You have a ranked one. We'll probably take a little bit of we'll go back to playing the game. If there aren't other reviews later, then we can potentially look at it today. If not, I'd be fine looking at it later in the week. If you have the code now, I can like keep it in a notepad or something that we can look back on it, but I want to kind of manage my gaming. Like I want to play games while I in between. So yeah, the one quick thing I wanted to show with Splatanas is ledge camping. So like a lot of those ledges on Mako, with Splatana, if you time your jumps and it's with this thing has to be above this surface in order for it to work. Like this part of the reticle needs to, like, once it gets above, I think that's how it works. That's how it is for other weapons, but I can double check here. Once it gets above whatever surface you're trying to ledge peek over, then it'll actually go over the ledge, and it's very hard for a lot of weapons to deal with. Because if you do it too fast, then you just hit this wall. But you need to just get that reticle over the wall. I guess I have to do it a little bit extra. Or maybe it's because I'm not looking straight up. I don't know. It's something you can practice with Splatana. But I know with like Bucket, you have to just get the reticle over. With this, it seems like maybe you have to do a little bit more. But just get comfortable with the timings, because if you hold the jump all the way, you can definitely get it. But the first line, bottom line? Oh. So wait, you're saying this line? Do I have that correct? This is the line you're talking about? Needs to be over? Okay, cool. So yeah, listen to Vapor. About that area? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, and as you get more comfortable, yeah, sometimes it even looks like it might potentially be more, but it might also depend on your, it's like between the first and the second kind of, but it might depend on like your angle. But you just get comfortable with it. You just need like about half of a jump. But just practice this on different ledges, because certain ledges will have different heights, so you want to be comfortable on whatever heights. But if you can just peek your head enough to do this, like you can see the range is like crazy on this. You can cover a lot of area and camp a lot of area with it. So that's something that I didn't really see you take advantage of, and you can do that on a lot of maps and get a lot of like value out of it. I have a replay if you want to cover it. Yeah, I'm down. I need to go over Sam's replay at some point before tonight, and 3 reviews might be a supple amount. So if you have a code, I can. Take it. Trying to figure out where I want this thing. Notepad. Replay codes. Oh, that's easier. Sending it on Discord's definitely easier, thank you. But I'll get this other one in there. I need to play a lot more thoughtfully with Zap. I've been choking a lot of games. I need to get more comfortable on when I can actually like start pushing forward with and be aggressive. Because I'm not being as aggressive as I could be. I'm not gonna worry about that. Should have stopped worrying about it before, but I did see their Stamper go far right, and I was hoping that maybe I'd be able to. Oh shoot. No, I should have gone for the pick. Getting the stop there is like never worth. Like stopping the objective. Desperation play. Did I blast her? The torpedo killed me? What? What's with Zap? I just wanted to try different weapons. I don't know. I have a hard time, like, caring a ton about non-zone rotations. So if there's, like, to be a little bit more thoughtful, oops, in some other rotations, like if there's a weapon or a special or a kit or something that I'm interested in, I want to take this time to explore it more. And I think Zap and Super Jump specifically, I think is something that's like slept on, but I haven't unlocked the code. I don't think it's broken. I think most people are pretty comfortable saying that it's not broken, but ouch. But I'm not really sure what I would want to. I don't know. I just want to get more comfortable in finding successful locations to use the Super Chump. I keep forgetting about inkjet weapons. Hey, what's up, Hecka? Okay, we're not gonna take lead with my push currently, so I need to play for control. And now I can push them. I have to be careful about Blaster though. No, Chump didn't even give me. I tried to kind of use the Chump as cover, and it did not succeed. Whenever they use Kraken and Inkjet in certain spots, I'm trying my best to take attention away from like objective or from other teammates that are. Dude, imagine if you got a splat on this person. Nice. I don't think we're gonna be able to push up in time. I might be able to focus on pop though. The only thing is I can't get oh no I can. Once it's inflated enough, someone pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. Nice. That was a off the wall play, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I just be aggressive. There's no reason not to. Don't want to be that aggressive though. Like, I'd rather slow them down than just back up completely and let them take space. I'm okay just taking their stage. No. You're saying you should have got 9s on a... What's it called? On the all random one? Or for something else? Also, what other weapons have you been playing, Frito? Outside of Splash? Because I really enjoy Splash, but I haven't, I don't know. There's not another kit that I has been like interesting enough for me to want to explore as like a support player. I do think Orange Zap's like interesting, but I don't know. I think that's another problem with this game right now is like a lot of kits are just really bad feeling. Like I think V-Splash's kit is gonna be fine over time, but we just don't have very many choices. And a lot of the kits outside of like Splash and Sloshing Machine, and maybe Ballpoint now that they like overbuffed the Inkjet. But like those are like the only real kits that are like super solid. I would say Stamper's kit potentially up there as well. As like just very synergistic, very strong kits. And like at a certain point, as we get more kits, that issue will solve itself because, you know, I would assume that kits will get better over time, but it's just like, I don't know. Double Inkjet? Oh, Vanilla Try. Interesting. I think that can actually be pretty good right now. I think there's certain spots where like Mist also kind of works. Or sorry, certain like map modes that I think Mist is actually kind of solid. Yeah. Like when it comes to the power level of kits, like they're not equal, I should say. Ugh. One jumped. Slosh still behind us. Alright, last one jumped. Be careful, they're not watching. Okay. This Treacher's just like not paying attention to anything else. Oh no, I didn't know 2 of them dropped. Oh, I think if I actually rolled properly, you might have been shown. Yo, take care, hi. Yeah, we can definitely look at a ranked game. Probably tomorrow, I think, would work. As long as I'm streaming. If there is more interest in people having replays, I'll probably limit how often someone can give a replay. Like at least give it maybe a, you know, well, depending on the demand, like you know, maybe a couple of weeks, maybe a month. Because my overall goal is for people to like, if people wanted to, because I want people to have multiple reviews. Like that's definitely the goal, but I want to act like, I want to do reviews so that I can actually like help people. And I'd like for them, like I'd like for us to be able to see like actual, oh, actual improvement like through their gameplay. Like I'm working on like a document to like all the stuff that I write on screen and stuff, like have a better way of documenting that stuff. So I have like a document created, and eventually once I have it like formatted properly, which it's gonna take a few reviews, you know, I want to be able to pull up like, oh yeah, we looked at your replay last time and we wanted to like go over this and this, and you know, partially to keep people honest, but you know, partially to like, you know, try to give some credibility to the type of guidance that I provide. If people are able to have, you know, me give some feedback on their replays and them actually see improvement, then it's like, oh yeah, like what I'm doing is like actually worthwhile. But I want to be able to like track it and document it in order to have that type of perspective. What? Oh. This is awful. That was not worth. I should have thrown it back here, but I was kind of panicking and hoping to stay alive. Pushing into their spawn did allow for our team to... I swear those bombs always have extra rolls. Which I got sniped, but ouch. We weren't trying to progress in real time. That's the goal. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna make it all the way back there. Yeah, I'm not sure. Trying to reflect on these games and like think about what would be a missing link when it comes to Super Chump. Like, I think the biggest thing that I'm struggling on is like I'm not coordinating with my team, like actually. And I do need to do a better job of that, so. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not really like... I'm not being considerate with my timing windows of my teammates. I kind of just have like an expectation of when they're gonna push in and it's not lining up. Being a pin the message. Have you seen progress from me? I haven't seen you play in a little bit. I haven't seen you play since like Ludi sets. Every so often I'm able to see like I watched some of your rebroadcast, some of your YouTube live stuff. I always have a hard time like checking for it, but I haven't like sat down and like, because there's something but like there's a difference between like watching and like actually analyzing, and I haven't like actually analyzed your play. I was kind of just like, it's kind of watching back and skipping through and scrolling through with some time that I had with your like zones stuff and some other tournaments, like the Proton stuff, like just little stuff that you played in that you've like recorded and everything. But I'm gonna be honest, I haven't actually focused on your play since the Louis stuff, so I wouldn't be able to give you like a fair assessment. Not the Kraken. Ouch. Time to yell at me like Trig does and see if I improve. I got you, I got you. Maybe you can ask Reborn. I'm down. Whatever that may be. I don't know. That's the other thing with like, I don't know. It always goes back like I hate being doomer, but it always feels weird that there's not like a lot of consistent competitive content. Like there's so many players that just do constant pickup stuff, and there's a lot of teams that aren't consistently playing in tournaments. So it's like really hard for me to actively like be able to like focus on people. And to me that's like sad because I want to be able to like keep track of a lot of teams' progress and stuff, but people playing in tournaments and people playing with the same people is so sporadic that you like there's nothing that you can really like, it's hard to judge stuff. There's only a handful of teams, and there's teams that like I don't actually follow, but I see them playing enough tournaments that I'm like familiar with them, and it's like really cool to see, like, you know, like if you there's certain teams you see and you have like expectation for their results, and when they like do better, it's cool. But like I don't follow like players. I don't really care about players. It's more like, I mean, I care about like the people, but you know, like if players play with better players and you're playing against other scrim people, it's like I don't know. There's so many changing variables that nothing is, not that it's not impressive. I'm not trying to take away credit from anyone, because obviously any sort of progress is like super hype, but it's just like, I don't know. It's not a very interesting story, I guess. Like I'd much rather follow teams than follow players. Some players and some people that I care about I'll follow, but like if you do well in like a, I don't know, like if you go 2-1, or sorry, or I guess like 2-2 if it's a double elimination tournament versus like whatever. There's like so many people that I'm interested in their competitive journey, but if they just constantly do pickups as like, what am I supposed to be looking at, and what am I supposed to be following? Like if I'm like, because a lot of times I'll go back to like an SOS, or I'll go back to whatever tournament and I'll like look at results. I'm like, oh, what's happening in Great White? What's happening in Hammerhead? Oh, like Mako and stuff. And like when there's teams that are like actually consistent and active and play a lot, even if like there's a lot of teams I don't know anyone on their team, but I like, it's fun for me to like see their progress because there's an easy way to track it. But when people are constantly playing in pickups and have like goofy names and stuff, and that's just like 80% of the scene, it's like, what is there to care about, you know? And again, I know it's a personal problem. Like people play and enjoy the game however they see fit, but I don't know. It goes back to like wanting to care about the wanting people to care about the competitive scene. And when it's just people playing, it's just constant pickups and stuff, like the quality of play is lower. Like, there aren't actual storylines to go through. And like all the weekly tournaments just feel very hollow. Like, at least from a spectator perspective, it's just not interesting. Sorry, I talked to myself, so I might have missed something. Not bad. And I think a lot of the player stuff is a result of like the systems that we have in place. We don't validate teams, we validate players. We validate top teams, but we don't validate like, you know, like the thing that I like to do looking at other teams, we don't really do as a community, and there isn't normally those types of storylines. What ends up happening is like, oh, someone did good enough in a pickup, so people like have legitimized them, either, you know, being in +3 or, you know, like people network for different reasons. And then, you know, like now they're playing in like pickups with certain people. I was like, oh, you're playing pickups with like, you know, like Div 6 people. Oh, people realized you're a good player. Now you're doing pickups with Div 4 people and you get better results. And like, you know, it's cool for them that they are able to play with better people or whatever. And it's cool to see them get more results and see them progress as people, like players. But I don't know. Oh my goodness. I just feel like it'd be more interesting as a team. Because then when it comes to like actual like scrims and doing stuff, like that's why like pickups are just so prevalent, is just because it's constantly, I don't know, there's really nothing to play for a lot of teams. And a lot of other competitive games that I've played have been the exact opposite. I think part of it is like the casual nature of the Splatoon community, which, you know, every community has its own flavor. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, I need the origin story of how you two met. Want to do more analysis stuff and you just don't? Yeah, I think there's a lot of good players that it would be nice if they did more stuff. I'm not a good player, but I'm trying, you know. At a certain point, I'm like, it's hypocritical for me to say this stuff and like not actually try and like be the person that I'm, you know, try to be the type of person that I'm like talking about. So like that's why I'm like getting better about being more organized and like producing stuff, and so that at least I can say I tried. How did crack PvP players meet the Sammy players? I mean, definitely, or at least for me, it was all through Twitch. I think it's just the general Twitch environment where a lot of people will raid other people. I don't think like a lot of top players don't. No, some people do. There's like players like Chara will like raid people after they're done. But I think in general, a lot of people will raid others. And I think there's like a pretty decent, healthy community. Like the Splatoon community, I think especially that's like competitive enough to be on like Twitter and Twitch and everything. I think it is tight-knit enough to where people will just, if you want to participate in the competitive community, people generally will be very friendly toward each other. Once you actually start competing and stuff, things get very toxic very fast. But when it's like the surface, like, oh, like who is this person? If you put yourself out there enough, like people kind of will mingle enough because I think it's a small enough like sphere of, you know, the population of the Splatoon Twitch community. I think small enough to where that's gonna naturally happen if you want to, obviously. But specifically why, I don't actually know. Was through a raid, not sure who. Yeah, it could have been Amy. I don't remember. I remember when I first started, I would just like raid. I would just find people that were like also like 2 view Andys and 1 view. You know, people with like no views and just like raid them. And like, you know, the joy that I had of people acknowledging me as I like exist, I wanted to share that with other people. And some of those people were salmon runners because there's not a, at least especially toward the end of Splatoon 2 when I first started like really streaming, there wasn't a lot of there was a good mix, I would say, of competitive and salmon run players, but I think there was a lot more salmon run. TBH. Looks like the Goonies characters. That's not the first time that I've heard that. I know you're talking about. Someone else said that. I can't remember. Yeah, good luck, Vapor. Yeah, probably it was Amy, but I don't know. So I also don't remember who streamed back in like 2021. But I know I would watch like some of Juan's streams and like Rachel's another person that time zone doesn't always work well for me, but I remember when I was like trying to understand, like to get just a general understanding of Salmon Run, I would like watch like her stream and everything and try to keep up like that. Oh my god. But specifically who, yeah, I'm not really sure. It'd probably be like Amy or maybe Kristen or something. Honestly, you know what? It might have been... I can't remember when I first met Snorlax. I'm not sure if maybe it was from... I'm guessing they were probably... because when they played Splatoon, it was normally like Salmon Run stuff. So that might... honestly, that might be it. Because I met Snorlax way before Amy, I'm pretty sure. But there was like... I would casually watch and very lightly participate in certain Salmon Run chats. Just because I was very new to Splatoon. Well, like, I played Splatoon, but I was like getting new into the community and stuff, and I was still just very excited to learn more. I was young and naive, and I didn't know. So, but I think it might have been through Snorlax, honestly. Or at least Snorlax was like the initial gateway. Guiding the raid? Yeah. Lima was definitely a good Salmon Run tour guide. As I was getting to learn and know everyone. Yeah, I can't remember exactly who. But I think, if I think back on it, and I could be wrong, I do think Snorlax was kind of the proxy to get me to like hear about other Salmon Run streamers, and I'd watch them more, but I don't know. I couldn't tell you completely if I had to be fully honest. My brain doesn't work that well. That's a good question though. Cause like there was a time. Always the weird thing about like memories and stuff is like I could tell you everything about all of this stuff up until a certain point when I like no longer could do that. But I don't know, I don't remember what. Nemo a boomer, it's real. November 2021, sheesh. Hope Triggerface Zone Supremacy? Kind of. Y'all haven't played in as many weekly tournaments, I would say. Y'all have done like other like side tournament, or not side tournaments, but y'all have done like a lot of like leagues and stuff. That's like, there's one person behind me. That's like competitive tangent, I guess. I didn't get to watch the Megalodon Cup because I was watching the TV stuff. I need to go back and actually watch it. So whenever you upload the sets, I'll probably just watch it through there. Because we were gonna play, but then our team just didn't play. But I don't know. Honestly, I feel like at least very recently, and maybe I could be wrong, I feel like y'all haven't played in as many tournaments. Like, I don't know what y'all normal, like, I don't know what your bandwidth is normally, but I feel like I don't come across your name as much, which maybe we might be just be playing in different tournaments, but I don't know. Always want to see more of you, Vapor. Well, what can I say? I need to be spoiled. Wasn't around then, Lima? Can't help. You have a Twitter post going out tomorrow? Nice. Exciting. Yeah, I need to catch up with chat for this game because I'm only like half paying attention. I don't know. I need to. I think one thing I've learned from this rotation, I need to be a lot more aggressive. I think I'll learn by being a lot more aggressive. I don't think there's much of an incentive to make teams. Yeah, that's a good point. Almost everything is gate kept behind the plus server, which is for pickups. Yeah, no, you're. I agree. I think everything gets shaped through the lens of like individual play. Because even a lot of ways that like that people talk about their teams is like they're on a team as a stepping stone so that they can jump and be on a better team, you know? Is like people want to be in like plus server stuff so that they can like make it onto a better team. They don't want to like build it themselves kind of thing. Which is sad because yeah, there aren't, I don't know, there's honestly not a lot of like there's tournaments for top teams, but there aren't a lot of like other stuff. Like there was like low ink for like low level, and then there was like that Friday night thing that Falco did. I saw at least the last season toward the end of Splatoon 2. That was with like lower, maybe like low mid-level teams. At least the version that I saw. But yeah, I don't know. There aren't a lot of like. It's a good point. There isn't a lot of stuff in place to incentivize consistent teams. I wish that there was like a colo server or like a. I don't know. Like we need Sindao queue, but for like teams. Like we had that back when I played competitive Halo. There was like a ladder that was always going on, and you had to be a 4v4 team in order to join. Like you had to make a team to join. Which yes, people did make other teams, or like they'd make like a project or pickup kind of thing, but like that ladder ran for multiple months. So if you made a new team, you had to like you had to completely make a whole new team. So there was like an incentive for like staying with the same team so you could like track your progress and keep whatever spot you have on the ladder. And like at least for us, that ladder was like, so the ladder was basically like, it would be the equivalent of like +3 and +2 level players. Because like a lot of the top players, and back then like oh, is this the results? But back then, like Halo LANs were what were most important. And like when I play Call of Duty and like Gears of War, it's like the LANs are what mattered. But there were some online tournaments with like $5,000 prizes and stuff. But usually it was like, you know, you had to play in person and you'd win like $25,000 for an event, or like the championships would be $100,000. But back then, those ladders were everything. There was no like, and like obviously the structure is different. But I wonder, like that is, I don't know, it's an interesting perspective. Is that I come from a game where we had team ladders, and that like I felt like there was a lot more consistent teams at most levels. And again, like top players didn't do a lot of online tournaments unless there was money involved, because they were focused on like traveling for other tournaments. Wait, that was close. Most votes? It's got to be power, right? Yeah, it's not even close. I'm surprised Wisdom and Courage is as close as it is. So yeah, power is swept, right? Yeah. Wait, they like hard swept. That's crazy. They like got everything, didn't they? They're gonna run it. Sheesh. I sure are open. I always forget that these people are like a part of the story. The perspective of them doing the news after is always interesting. But yeah, that's something that like I've mentioned, but I didn't really like, I haven't like fully thought of. Like Plus Server really does shape the individualistic nature of kind of how we view this game. Woo! More snails to the collection. Let's go. Congrats to all the Team Power gamers for powering through. All right. Yeah, gatekeeping's kind of rough. Lots of people got rejected because they play with their team and get results instead of playing pickups. There's no real incentive. Yeah. No, that's totally true. That's the thing as well. Is like, I don't know. It's like people are just constantly doing. I mean, I'm not in the Plus server, but I imagine that people aren't, because a lot of, there's a big cutoff, and maybe this relates to the amount of teams, because I think low level has, and I wonder if low ink is part of the reason why there are a lot of consistent low level teams, is that there's like this goal for them to strive for, and there's like attention for them to like strive for, and there's a bit of glory for like doing well, but there's like an actual system in place where they can actively improve. I guess the other thing is like you kind of have to be on a team, because at least the way that things are like structured, it's like low ink is, if you're not a mid-level, like if you're not going to do good consistently in like weeklies, holy moly. Yo, Squid Jimothy, hello. Thank you so much. How did the stream go? How was your how did the, because I saw that one of your the silly comps was the FLC for ballpoint funniness. I hope that went well. I hope the funnies were there. Although I think you had to play, because y'all were playing Splatfest at that point, so I don't know objectively what that'll mean, but thank you very much for the raid, much appreciated. We're trying out Orange Zap. I want to get a better understanding of the old Super Chump. We played Rainmaker last set. I realized I need to be a lot more aggressive, but some of that was dependent on the comps that I was playing with. But yeah, let me scroll down and then scroll back up, because we were talking a little bit about the landscape of competitive teams and the lack of incentive of sticking as a team at a certain level. Because even like the mid-level tournaments and stuff are dominated by pickups, which is like that missing gap, but that also flows into the +3 stuff. Sorry, I'm flicking through everything. What the, yo, cactus? The double raid. We'd love to see it. I hope y'all are doing well. And congratulations to all the power gamers. Is it... Is it fire? Fire, Luna? I apologize. Please correct me. But I apologize. But thank you so much for the follow. Draco, thank you so much for the follow. Much, much appreciated. If I mispronounce names, please correct. Oko, hello, hello. Crosspoints, hello. Go Power, yes, yes. Power swept in a very dominant fashion for BPW. Yeah, the prop that we don't play Splatling, I think that's fair. Cactus, how's the stream? I like all of the. I'm excited for your jersey and pins that you were showing off for LTC coming up. What's up, Andrew? Hello, hello, hello. Fier, gotcha. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. Or someone call you Fire. Apologies. Thank you for your patience. Welcome in, welcome in. What the? Draconis. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Can't wait. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm sad that I moved away from Texas because I'm not gonna be going, but it'll be fun to watch it from the stream. I never got to really watch like the commentators or anything. You moved? I'm always on the move. It's a curse. It's a curse that I have. Never knew. Yeah, I think over the last like we've probably moved I don't know. Like after college and stuff, I probably moved about a dozen times to like 8 different states. So not 8, but is 8 if you count going back and forth between states, but it was like 5 different states. Yeah. Life is sometimes it's fun though, but moving as a whole is a hassle. But anyways, what isn't a hassle is a nice splendid game of Splatoon. Yeah, we're just playing X rank. Again, I'm trying to get more data points on Orange Zap, but specifically Super Chump. I think I can push right with this. I need to get pressure. Oh, that's not a good bomb. That's also not a good bomb. No. I'm running out of paint. I need to jump. I jumped 2 steps. Alright, no, okay. I got the jump back. I thought I jumped my teammate. Could have been very dangerous. I need to get up and close against the enemy team because they outrange us, but we... My bad, I could have saved you. Like, they have more range, but we can kind of clear them. The biggest problem is the double Inky Jets. So I need to use Super Jump in this match to actually, like, get in. And the only weapon that we have is a Range Blaster that can play ledge as well. So I might actually look for more flanks on the right throughout the match. Because we need an entrance. We snowballed this game really hard, but we need to find our opening. I want to fight that specifically. Okay, we can start moving tower. I'm gonna bomb TP and start moving. Okay. I move them away, gives me an opportunity. Their team's spawning in though, so. Oh, I was only able to trade. Alright, there's still one over here on this left side. I probably should be painting for my teammate. Oh, wing chat. I don't want any part of that. No, my teammates are going down. I wanted to use Inkjet as an opportunity for me to push behind and punish their recall, but We're just gonna hold mid until our teammates come back. Yeah, once we lose control, we might be in quite a predicament. I think my teammates are taking even fights in the middle of the map a little bit too consistently. Oh, that was a good torpedo. I'm gonna go down. It's fortunate. No, I got stuck in a splat heavy. Cool. Oh, that was a good chase. Have anyone to punish? That was my bad. Mine Central? No, I'm a Mountain Time gamer. We went Central, Eastern, Central, Mountain. Goofy goober. This match has been bizarre. No! I keep getting stuck in ink. There's one thing. The paint velocity of Splash is something I take for granted playing literally any other shooter. It's so much easier to paint your feet with that weapon than with others. Yeah, we can't really push this, but one of them dropped, so we can potentially punish that. I'm gonna keep getting bombs. Okay, they went forward. Yeah, I don't think we're... we might not... Neither team might not get past first checkpoint. At some point, they have to start playing desperate. This might actually be a decent push for us. I just need to survive, because we don't need, like, a big score. Yeah. This may be an opportunity for me to go right, because tower's actually moving, and they have to focus on that. Yeah, this is the big break we needed. Well played. I have another super chump. This kind of forces them to drop or not mess with the objective. Alright, cool. So the big point there that we were no Pacific. Dude, Pacific, I would love to be Pacific. Pacific is too expensive. It's just not feasible. But maybe one day. Maybe one day. But they used their inkjets and our team didn't immediately die. So we were able to counter with specials, which allowed us to move forward. Yeah, we were talking about before all the generous raids. Again, thank you, Wood School. Thank you, Cactus. For your kindness and generosity. We were talking about like teams and like the incentive of being like focusing on a team versus focusing on yourself like as a player, and how things like the plus server kind of put more incentive on like a more selfish nature of a player. Because the problem that I have, like I think plus server is fine and everything. Obviously it's got its problems, but it's cool that it exists. There's two problems that I have. One of them is that a lot of weekly tournaments, because I always try to like follow and keep up with the results of people my level, so I can like try to find scrims of people around my level, but also just kind of keep an eye on the nature and the landscape of competitive Splatoon. But like every tournament that you watch is a pickup of sometimes similar players, but you know, there's a lot of like cliques in the community where they're like, there's a handful of players that are constantly going to be like pickups. You know, there's like a group of like 20 people that will form a handful of pickups for any given tournament. Again, a lot of that is because we kind of lock ourselves behind a lot of like private Discord servers, and so some of this stuff kind of happens. Like when I follow a tournament, it's just like people with just every tournament, there's different team names. There can be similar players, but I don't know. To me, it makes competitive less interesting to follow, because it's like I've like slowly stopped trying to look at results for teams because it's just not worth it. For something like low ink, I think there's a system in place that incentivizes people to have teams. But the funny thing is, I think the incentive for people to want to win low ink is for them to be able to like look to get into the plus server. Like the plus server just has this, you know, a degree of nobility and just like prestige that everyone's like obsessed with. Oh, whoops. Where'd you come from? No. Nice. Yeah, I don't know. It makes me sad because I want to invest more into the competitive Splatoon community, but it's like there's really good players, but the actual structure of it is very casual and unserious, which for certain people that's like, you know, that vibes with them better, and you know, I'm happy for them. And if like if people are happy with like the landscape and it's just a me problem, I can accept that, you know. But it would be nice, like I would have to imagine there's other people that would prefer to have consistent teams. Cause like at the top level, teams will show up for bigger tournament, like top teams, but they won't show up for other tournaments, like the random weeklies and stuff. Or if they do, they show up as like, you know, part of a pickup. Or like you'll see like some good players that are doing pickups with other people that are in like, you know, either plus server or other stuff. And it's completely different to what I'm used to. Because I come from like an older school. Like I played some like competitive Halo stuff. And back then, everything, like there was like, basically there was like a Cindo queue or like Colo queue, but for teams specifically. And you were required to be on a team in order to place like on the ladder that everyone was like trying to compete in and make a name for themselves on. Like you made a name in those games like at LANs, which is a little bit different because people like LANs are more fun than competitive for Splatoon tournaments. That might be a little bit different in Europe because I don't know their culture a lot more, but I know that you'll see like Squidding Good and you'll see Alliance Rogue and a lot of really good EU teams. You'll see them consistently attend certain LANs, but that might also just be due to the geography. And like they can like take a bus and like travel to different countries and stuff, or travel across their country. And it's a lot more feasible, but yeah, I don't know. It'd be interesting to hear other people's perspectives. I don't know. I think there's a lot of like, there's a lot of systems in place that I would like to see in our community, but I have no sway or no power or no influence, so I'm just another voice in the ether. Which again, like obviously like usually whatever is most popular will kind of reign supreme, so if the rest of the community is deemed that the current system is like, we're happy. Because like the problems that people have with the plus server is different than what I have problems with. Like people have problems that like they like this system. They just want they want their friends to get in, and they're sad that their friends aren't able to make it in because there's like a popularity contest of getting yourself voted in. Yeah, it's probably like 70% popularity, 30% results. You do have to be good to make it in. Like there is a certain degree, but there's plenty of people that should make it in that don't, which is like where people have problems. But yeah, I don't know. I just have a problem that like, cause and maybe again, maybe this is me being old fashioned. Maybe I shouldn't look at Splatoon as like a team game and more of, you know, you're trying to make a name for yourself and you just, you know, try to find people that are gonna take you like farther, you know. I'm gonna like not get wiped and just kind of paint. I think we're okay. Oops. I'll need to get on the tower. I forgot about the tower. Sorry, I'll catch up with chat now. I apologize. I'm trying to like focus in a little bit. It's hard for me to like keep an eye on chat. But I'm like really behind, so we're gonna take some time and catch up. I'm on a team because I'm playing with friends, but that can be easily done with pickups. Yeah, for sure. And like I'm glad pickups are an option. Like it's cool to be able to know. Like there's times where my team can't fully play together, and you know I can network with other people, and I get to like meet other people by doing you know, by having like a pickup or having like 2 people on my team or 3 people on my team, and then having like a sub and either like, you know, a friend or maybe someone like in the community that's also looking to play that I have never played with. And like those are cool moments, you know. I don't want to disincentivize, if that's a word. Decentivize? I don't know. I want people to be able to play with other people because I think making friends is like ultimately what a lot of this is like about, especially for the Splatoon community. We're a lot more casual than a lot of other communities, but yeah. You hate pickup culture? You despise playing pickups? If I didn't have a team, I'd become a glorified casual. Yeah, I can totally see that. I don't think I'd find as much interest in the game if I was required to constantly do pickups. I'm definitely with you there. You want to help me with analysis things, or help lead me to start things like it? Or in the bubble. Yeah. Bubble gamers. I think I met Snore through you. Oh. How I met the boomer. You're stuck in a world of boomers. Pretty sure I introduced you to Juan. Gotcha. That about adds up. Yeah, Trigger's around early. I remember. You're a boomer once you fall behind in chat. Thing is, we can't play in weeklies. They start too early. Yeah, that is the problem with like time zones are like a legitimate issue for weekday tournaments. And I think some of that also can potentially lead to the pickup culture, which I think is valid. Like getting everyone on, that's been a actual struggle for our team for like the last couple of months, whether it be because of school or life events or, you know, whatever. Like just getting 4 people on consistently on any given Wednesday or Friday or, you know, Tuesday or whatever, like it's hard to do. Probably Trig who suggested Reading Reborn. What a mistake that was. Can't get on till later. Yeah, no, that's fair. I didn't really. I forget. Because SOS feels like a little bit late even for like Mountain, but it's like really awkward for Pacific. Maybe it was Trig all along. Boomer Trig. These results, yeah. I need to throw harder. I tried my hardest. I guess I threw to power too much. I don't know. I think plus server is good, but we need other things to strive for. I think the problem is that like if there's like a path, it's like if there was a path to being like a starburst. I don't know how I'm gonna structure this. But let's say we wanted to be, you know, if you want to be like a top team, like Starburst and incoming Jackpot beat them this weekend, whatever. It's like if you want to be like a top team, I don't really know. I feel like being in +1 and being in consistent top team scrims are like, that's how you like network and potentially be on a team that can play against these top teams. And then here, and my vision of this could be skewed because I'm not in any of these things, but there's quite a big difference between this and then we get to like +2 +3 is basically the same thing, right? Like it's basically the same. +2 is like more consistent results, and I think there's like more, I think you can make it into +3 if you have some good results and you are on the good side of a lot of people in the community and you're a favorable person on twitter.com, I think you have a better shot of making +3. Yeah, but then again, maybe +2 is like more exclusive because like Um, I don't know. There's like players. I actually don't know. I'd be interested to hear people that are like in this zone of +3, +2 that are like close to getting there and like understanding the political dynamic there. Because there's players like Apple. I don't just like Apple's a really sick like shooter player. And they almost made +2 this month, but they like didn't quite make it. But they're like, I think in this bracket of play, they're like the strongest shooter player I've seen. I love going against them in tournament because they're so strong and it forces me to play well. But like, I don't know. I don't know how they didn't actually make it into here. This might be the political side that I'm not aware of because I feel like a lot of +2 is like EU, but I don't know. I don't know the actual landscape. Yo, is it Keki or Kiki? But thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. So there's that. And then there's like a little bit of a drop for like low mid-level. Because I would consider this basically to be like mid-level. This area here. And then this is like, this is high level. But honestly, like +1 is here. And then like your top teams are like quite a bit above that. Like top teams. It's like your Starburst, your Jackpot. Like those type of teams are like quite a bit above like your just like +1. I think there's quite a bit of gap there, but I honestly think this gap is closing because a lot of top teams don't actually play in tournaments. Like there aren't enough tournaments for them to constantly play, and then that's why you see Starburst kind of. It'd be so interesting. Starburst like doesn't have really any presence on social media outside of like showing up on Kyo stream randomly, but it'd be interesting to hear their perspective of like why they played the comps they did. It almost seems like they were like being experimental. But I don't know. This is like Discord servers that I'm not, you know, I don't necessarily care to access them, but the conversation that's there, I don't know. I only get this through top player Twitch streams. Your Kios, your Fuzzies when they decide to stream stuff, Jared to a certain degree. But anyways, so like the low mid-level stuff, and this is like where I'm at. This is me. This is smiley me. And then a little bit lower, I think there's like kind of a little bit of a gap, but not really. It's basically the same thing. And then there's like low level, which is like people that are consistently competing for like low ink basically. And then after that is like, you know, a whole swarm of Div 5 through Div whatever, and like newer players. But it's like for this, like I think low ink like hard carries this, and I think this actually has like quite a bit of teams. Like I think there are like constant teams in this low ink area, because ironically I think there's a lot of teams in low ink because they want to get out of this low mid-level area where you don't have low ink to show off and like push for, but you're not in this group. And when it comes to like this is getting messy, but the +2 +3 in the low mid-level, this is all like pickup culture. There's a lot of pickup teams to make it into this. This is the exclusive club where people can kind of either gloat or you know, find themselves at a higher, I don't know, like you have access to better like you get more consistent scrims against better players, and then you can always just join a pickup team. Like it's just a matter of finding like the right team for a tournament, but you can always like, if you say like you're in +3 or +2, like you instantly get access to like really high quality players for like these mid-level tournaments. But yeah, this +2 in low mid-level area, which this is most relevant to me because this is where I'm at. this and this low level stuff especially, but we had like when I played other competitive games, we had team ladders or we had ladders that were within the actual game itself, that were team focused only. So there was no pickup culture. There was pickup culture, but you had to like stick with them. It was hardened teamed and maybe like project culture, where it's people that are looking to stay together for at least a couple months. And as a team that wants to stick together for a long time, pickup culture is upsetting, not because I want to be a part of this, but again, when it comes to actually finding scrims at this level, you like, at least the spot that we're at and the servers that I have access to, it's like, I don't know, like a lot of teams, because ideally you want to have like a good mix of like scrimming teams at your level, but especially you want to play against teams that are above your level whenever possible. And like us being able to consistently find scrims of people above us is tough, because those people are like, they're playing pickups all the time. They're in pickups for tournaments, they're in pickups for, or you know, just finding a scrim. But there's only like a handful of like teams that are like actually like consistently like stronger than us that we even see like post 4 scrims. And so there's like this like weird gap, and it's hard to network with other teams, which is the problem. That's why whenever there's an SOS, whenever there's like a lot of these weekly tournaments, I like to keep an eye on the results, because I want to like network with other players in order to, you know, try to find a consistent scrim partner, which is a hard thing for us to do. So it's like, it's tough. But anyways, the biggest part, like the part that I'm talking about, is specifically this +2 area. We can group in the low ink, the higher low ink people for sure. This whole area here is like, for a lot of teams, there are plenty of teams that like play consistently, but a lot of these teams are like very they're almost like teams by circumstance. Like they want, everyone is like trying to make teams and stuff so that they have a chance to make it into here, so that they can be in this pickup culture and they can always have teams for tournaments and, you know, have scrims and everything. So it's a weird dynamic. It's an interesting dynamic, but this desire to be in this plus server, I think, is where a lot of people struggle a little bit with like mentality stuff, because the focus is all this, and this is all individual. This is I don't know, like the dynamic of team versus individual is like where I sometimes struggle with this community. Anyways, let me catch up with the chat, everything. I was trying to just wrap up my rant. I don't know where I'm going. Where am I? Okay, I missed a lot of stuff. Smells expensive. Yeah, West Coast is expensive, but it seems really nice when I visited. I'm sorry for everyone I did not greet, but Godolph, hello, like your name. Jamie, hello. Thank you for all the shout outs. All wonderful people. We have an issue here in the community. I'm not going to rant on it. Yeah, it's fair. We need more events that lead to more. I agree. It would be nice to have like an actual ladder specifically for teams, like a 3-month long, because that's again, that's what I'm used to, of like kind of like how Splatoon has like 3-month seasons. Like your record and your placing on a ladder spans for 3 months, which is like an eternity for most people. Like for most teams in Splatoon, like it's a long time in this community. But yeah, EU public transport is infinitely better. Yeah, public transit is definitely different. Weird game if you want to watch. I think we can probably find something. Why don't we have a plus server but for teams? I don't know. Because realistically, there's only like a handful of... I don't know. Like, who do you really like invite for... Like, it would definitely make sense to have a team plus server. Sorry, yeah, I'm really behind. But I don't know. It would require people to think differently. And a lot of people's like world when it comes to Splatoon, when you're in the competitive scene, is reaching like +3. That's what makes you feel like you've made it. So it'd have to be like a dynamic shift from a lot of teams. But I think like you were mentioning, like finding like a lot of the teams that exist, because that was the one nice thing about the Ludi season, is that we were able to actually find like really good scrims against Div 2 and like Div 3 teams consistently, because everyone was like playing. And so there was like a lot of teams that were like, they had to stick together. So they had an incentive to want to play with other teams. And so I was able to reach out to those teams because they're like, oh yeah, this team, they are, you know, they're still in Ludi. They didn't drop out after, you know, it's first started, just so that they could get divved. And that, so like finding scrims was a lot easier. And for a little bit of time during the Ludi season, scrimming as like a mid-level, the low mid-level area that we're at, it was actually very healthy. It was actually very, very healthy. And ever since Ludi season ended, that has not been the case anymore. It's good to promote more mid-level invitationals. Yeah, the problem with, I don't know, there's like mid-level tournaments and I'm always surprised with the players that win. And like this is also like, this is a very selfish perspective of me, because it's like these people are definitely at quite a bit of a higher level. Sometimes like occasionally we can compete with them, but they're gonna win. Like if we play them in a tournament, we're gonna lose like probably 90-95% of the time. But yeah, like mid-level encapsulates people that could be you know, it's almost like, it's not quite +1, but it's like +2, and like people that could potentially, you know, be in like a +1, and it's +3, and it's like, you know, mid and low level. There's a really big gap, but I don't know. There's also an interesting perspective with like pickup culture, because if you are actually a team that like works together and plays consistently, you actually can make a lot of progress. Like that's the thing, is like making a team will progress you as a player a lot faster and farther, unless you can make connections, and unless you can like it's like lifting yourself up versus lifting it, like lifting yourself up is easier than lifting up like an entire team. Like an entire team is like a lot, but like if you can like squeeze in and like network with the right people and like find a pickup and have a good tournament, it's like, oh, like people actually want to play with you more, which is cool. You know, like for people that get those opportunities and people that have used those opportunities and have seen a lot of consistent success very quickly, like, you know, I'm very happy for those people, obviously. But I do think there's like a dynamic for the whole team culture that is not maybe as healthy. Oh, shoot, I clicked the wrong thing. All right, anyways, I need to actually catch up in more higher level ones. Yeah, like for me as a spectator, because the problem isn't just playing the game, it's also like the quality of play, like the quality of like competitive Splatoon. In pickup culture, it goes down. I think we can all agree. You're constantly playing with different people. There are advantages where you can like, you have to adapt to certain degrees, but there isn't like, it's a lot of like surface level play. There isn't as much like very specific strategies for very specific maps and very specific comps. Like there can't be a lot of experimentation and a lot of like deeper level of thinking, because you're like, if you're playing with different people at all times, we don't have an infrastructure where everyone kind of like understands. And this is a little bit different than like the pickup culture, at least from the way it's described to me in places like in like Japan, for example, because I think there's a lot of guides and there's a lot more structure, at least from what I've heard, and there's a lot more like documents and coverage of getting better as a player that, you know, people like Jim at Squid School is like doing a really good job of, you know, this low level area that we were talking about before. Jim's content is like able to quickly build them up into, you know, being able to compete in Ludi, or even just being competitive and having an interest in the game. And then they can like shoot up because they have a lot of content that Jim provides to like get you there. And then once you're like integrated in the community, maybe you can find like, you know, top players that stream and stuff. And there's ways which even that can be hard to find, but you know, stuff that Jim's doing is like really, really awesome. But we need more, you know, always need more. Because Jim is only one person. Maybe if Jim added more professors to the Squid School. When have I sent you a game I just played? If I do, yeah. So yeah, we can actually do we could do a review here. I don't know who I would do a review for, because there was a couple of codes that I had. I don't know if I can necessarily take a code now, but we could do some reviews if we wanted. I don't know what I'd start with. I think I need to do Sam's code. Actually, if Sam isn't here, we can do Vapor and then we can do Sam after. But I don't like, I will take new codes, but it takes me some time. I need to get better at being more concise with that's part of, you know, wanting to get more codes, is I need to like work on my teaching and everything, and being able to like talk through like educational content is something I need to actually work on. So I need more experience. I might be able to get to it today, but if not, I probably can get to it sometime this week, because I don't have a huge list, but there's like probably like 3 or 4 codes that we yeah. Don't expect them to get to it soon as real. Yeah, you can send the replay code in chat. You're good, you're good. Yeah, I always fall behind in chat. That's my my problem. +3 has results in cloud base, +2 is consistent results. I gotcha. I feel like there's people that could make it into +2 that probably should, but I don't know. I don't know the infrastructure as much. I'm familiar with like people trying to break into +3. I don't know a lot of. I feel like a lot of +2 and stuff is like, I don't know. There's a lot of really good players that are not North America, that are like EU, that I don't see very much outside of like big majors and stuff. And if you're talking all regions or just NAEU, probably. Mid-level's too big. Yeah, I mean, in terms of the overall, like, getting better at the game is exponential. Like, realistically, it's like new players are like down here, like brand new to comp, and they're just like trying to, you know, get their footing and everything. And it's like low level, probably down here, and then maybe like mid voice crack, mid level maybe here-ish, and then, you know, like higher mid level like this, and then like high levels here, and then like the better teams are like up here. Like it exponentially ramps up, if that's what you're trying to, like, I would definitely say that to be the case. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm talking about something different. But yeah, mid level's really big, but there's a like, in terms of how we classify ourselves as players in the Splatoon community, a big chunk of it is like mid level, if that makes sense. I thought Courage was gonna win for sure. Yeah, Power kind of swept. Fucking other TOs. Let's go. It's the Wild West. Yeah, Wild West for sure. How do you get into the plus server? Yo, what's up? Is it Senior Knee? Hello, hello. It is, you have to, it's like, it's exclusively for like competitive players because you need like results in like tournaments in order to, for someone to suggest you. So people that are already in the +3 server are able to suggest, I think they can suggest, it's monthly. You can like suggest one person every month, and then at the end of the month or whenever their cycle ends for that month, they do like voting, and I think you have to have like more than 50% of the people like have to vote you in basically. But I think part of the reason why Plus server has the exclusivity that it does is because that it's like, it was created by like Sindhu, and like, you know, if Sindhu does something, you shut up and you listen, you know. As like whenever you play in a Sindhu tournament, like a Sindhu ran tournament, it runs super smooth because there's just like a certain level of respect of having something that's touched by Sindhu, which is like justifiably so. Sindhu's like an awesome competitive player. Obviously, everything that he's done with Sindhu.Inc. is very, very important, and also has done a lot of really good content on like YouTube and stuff. Maybe not as much recently, but obviously has a lot of projects and probably IRL that they're having to work with. Yeah, split mid-level even further down. That's what divs do, yeah. And like I said, during the Ludi season, it was actually pretty healthy, but once teams don't have a reason to have a consistent team, everything just falls apart. Try my ass off to cut down review time. Yeah, that's what I've been working on. I was making like the videos for like Hecko's review, and that was the first review I did, and it was like 2 hours and 15 minutes, and I was able to cut it down to like 45 minutes, but you know, like the actual reviews on stream need to be cut down probably to like maybe an hour, and then cut that down for like an actual video for like 25-30 minutes. I think 25-30 minutes is like the sweet spot. Maybe you can go like, you can go down to 20, and you can probably go up to like maybe 45, but you have to like warrant that extra time. And I'm not structured in a way in order to do that. Theory, yeah, theory can be tough. I'm with you. It's fun though. My cover games, I can go an hour on 3 minutes. Like, yeah, for sure. Oh, 40 or 50 plus one, get or 50.1. I can't talk. I'm caught up. Hooray! I think I hit everything. So, anyways, so I think I'm actually gonna work on Sam's review right now, because if I don't do it, I'm gonna forget about it. But maybe we can do a few of them. Not gonna lie, the rotations for X rank have been a little silly, so maybe it's good to focus reviews. Sam is a X player, but I think did some scrims recently with the Grillers. I don't know if this is a solo queue game or if this is like a scrim or a comp game, so we're all gonna find out together. Let us see. Machine. Sam also plays a ton of weapons, but they're very, 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 very good. Did I catch up? Somehow. In some way we did. Alright. So let's go. We always go into these nice and blind and fresh. We don't know what we're getting ourselves into. We have to trust that we're getting some good gameplay. I know that Tetsuga is really good. I'm not super familiar with the other players, so I'm guessing this is solo queue. Oh. I stopped it on a flashbang. 40 minutes? That's not too bad. Honestly, we've done worse. We have done worse. Yeah, thank you, Celeste. All right, so thing I always like to talk about. I need to double check that this actually shows up because I pressed some buttons. Cool. All right. So we want to think about, and this is Sam on the machine. We want to think about our comp and see kind of like how we fit into the landscape. And so we're playing Rainmaker on Mantha. Fun mode. This push on right, I always forget that this base is wider than it was in Splatoon 2. It's like, it feels like more practical to like take the right side. Because in Splatoon 2, you had to be here, like pushing here in order to want to take it this way. Anyways. So Double Wiper and the VDS, they have decent amount of paint. And if we're looking at paint versus paint from both teams, I definitely think Sam's team has like better paint. Especially with like being able to use fizzy bombs. Brush paints a lot, Wiper paints a good amount, but I don't know, it's pretty close. But I don't actually know the ranges. What is Wiper's range versus not? Does Wiper have more range or does Nautilus? I feel like Nautilus should have more, but honestly, I don't actually know. Not familiar. Checking. Goat, thank you. But you know, Wipers can do a good job of zoning out like the brush. Obviously, it's a mirror between the other one, and Blaster is generally an easier matchup, but there are certain spots where Blaster, because of the height of bunkers and stuff, Blaster can be sometimes a pain. But I think in terms of like the mid range and like a lot of these longer fights, either in mid or like on these plats or back in the street, I think that Sam's team has an advantage, and I think they have a lot of like tools. So I think this game, I'd probably imagine that Sam would want to be more focused on like getting under ledges, you know, like threatening bunker from here. You can't really get over to this left side without getting to this checkpoint, but especially holding this ledge. Like this ledge right here is huge when they're actually going for a push. But I think ledge camping and having that kind of that value is going to be very strong, and I think that's kind of where Sam will fit in this comp. But we'll see how stuff goes. Oh, whoops. Hello. And also with the initial pop, this brush doesn't have a bomb, and they have 2 wipers, so I'm almost certain there's no instance where blue team should ever lose this pop. And they have such an advantage, like such a pop advantage compared to the yellow team, that there's a lot of spots where they could potentially look to, you know, they could go for like, you know, just push Rainmaker forward and then Rainmaker gets splatted, and then they haven't, like, they can continue the push with the like a pop after and get that consistently. So that's even something they could potentially look at if they need to like push to lead, or if they get a decent lead, they can like keep kind of pushing it. So if they push and the Rainmaker goes down on the blue team, they can kind of chill. If they have good control of the map, they can usually continue these pushes pretty well. Not has more. Okay, so not outranges Wiper. That's what I would guess. Half the line. And VDS has same range as Not. Okay, interesting. I feel like Not would definitely be the better weapon in the matchup, but you actually, I don't know. Depends on the setup. Because VDS has a lot more mobility, so it's yeah, that's situational. It's mobility versus like kill time, basically. But yeah, they should get pop. Nice. No, I feel like I'd rather have Sam. I don't think it matters for first checkpoint, but I'd rather Sam go more aggressive forward. Yeah, they don't get the stop. So when we were talking before, I mentioned that Sam's role in this is going to be, oops, I didn't go back far enough. Sam's role is going to be to kind of play underneath ledges. Like they can shoot over bunker really well if they get into bunker. So if they get into bunker, they can like, it's like If they sit in bunker, they're able to shoot over in these areas, which is like if you don't have a weapon that can go over ledges, getting past the backside of bunker and actually scoring for the first checkpoint can be really hard to break. This is in all modes, but definitely for the first checkpoint and in Rainmaker. So if Sam picks up Rainmaker in this, the rest of these weapons don't have that ledge capability. I don't blame Sam in this spot for going for it because they're 2 down and it shouldn't really matter. But because Sam is more forward in some of these spots, so if we take it a few seconds back, I think Sam can actually push up farther forward and control those areas. So like at this point, brush comes, I get the pick. It's like at this point, Sam can keep going forward and bully the rest of the people off of it's like I would have preferred to see Sam either go top bunker or just go to where this checkpoint is and launch shots, because you know that the rest of their team is going to be sitting behind this wall trying to stop Rainmaker. So you really want to try to like use the leverage of being able to launch over walls and get that value. So I would have preferred seeing that, just because the rest of their team's gonna have a hard time taking those fights directly. And especially Nautilus versus Wiper, especially if Nautilus has better range. Like Nautilus kind of chews up Wiper a little bit, especially in these like flat fights like this, where they're like relatively flat ground, but even Nautilus having height advantage. But like open space, basically. Fights in open space, Nautilus is gonna do well. So it would have been nice to see these people in front of Sam, like take bunker control, but I think Sam can do it better. That's part of the reason why they get stalled and they don't get the first checkpoint. Again, it was a 4v2. I don't blame Sam, but I think it would have been a better decision for them to actually push forward and take control of that ledge, because you do it very consistently as a machine. That's dangerous, but that's a bit of a skill check there. And again, in these spots, yeah, I can imagine in solo queue not really wanting to trust your teammates. And as a machine, you can like throw fizzy bombs and you have a good shot on people that are like trying to cross. So Sam sitting here waiting for the reset is like totally fine, but it'd be nice to have them get into position to fight around bunkers a little bit better, which is like what they're doing now. I think Booya's fine. He wasn't in like a great spot to play around it, but especially with the presence of the bubble, I can understand not wanting to get like ran over by the other team. So I think that's a totally valid use of Booya, and it allowed them to get mid control. Sheesh. Holy double. Yeah, in spots like this, if I'm Sam, I'm taking space. We've talked about it with a lot of different weapons, but I want Sam to come in and take space. Yo, Flamin' Hot Ledge. Thank you for the 6 million strong. Much appreciated. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a nice stream. Hopefully you chose Team Power, because us Wisdom and Courage gamers kind of got wiped. Assuming that you were playing Splatoon. But hope you had a nice stream. Thank you. Team Power, I see. But congrats. Hopefully you enjoyed the Triforce map, because objectively as a map, it's probably not the most balanced thing, but I had a really good time with it. It made this Splatfest very unique, and I can always appreciate that. But right now we're just doing some VOD reviews, so we're talking through some gameplay. Sam was nice enough to give us a review code. But like Wipers in this case, they can like pop really quickly. So I would let them pop and I start moving forward. Again, in order to get this first checkpoint, we can play under this ledge and take control of bunker. Once we have bunker clear, we can either go on top of the bunker and start clearing behind this ledge. Because if they, like Nautilus can sit in bunker if they're not getting pressured out, and they have a really good angle on mid. So like the reason why we want to take space fast is so that we can get into position before the Nautilus is able to shoot us and stuff. But yeah, we want to take control of bunker first, and then once we have control, Machine does a really good job on this ledge. So I want to see Sam take this ledge a lot faster because no one else on their team has a good job of doing it. You can kind of do it with torpedoes, but it's not as effective. You can actually like splat people if they try to sit on the ledge. So I want to see them use that that's like part of this match in terms of their weapon comp. Sam's weapon is the only weapon as a machine that can hit over ledges, and you need to really leverage that, and you have to just trust that the rest of your team's gonna like, all the rest of their team can like pop Rainmaker totally fine, especially Wiper. Wiper does it really, really fast, and like the rest of them can take open fights and stuff. And on defense, Sam has done a good job with playing around ledges, but I want to see it more aggressively so that they can actually get past that first check. Pretty cool, but definitely unbalanced. High ground kind of destroyed the smaller range dudes. Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. It was cool to see weapons like, I mean, machine is always good, but like weapons like Dynamo, I didn't play enough Tricolor to like really get a grasp of the meta. But Dynamo seemed really, really, like it was cool that it had a place in the match. But maybe that was only my matches where it did well, but being able to go over ledges on that Triforce map was like really important. This is another way that you can approach getting to the ledges, because if you're sitting behind this cover, you can also kind of hit over. I'm okay with doing this because their team is pushing from the other side. So Sam's taking an off angle to hit those same spots, which the off angle is good, but if Sam was immediate taking space, then they could have been first to hit over this ledge, which I would have technically preferred, but this is a good adaptation. Rest of the team's coming in from left, so you take this off angle and you still have the same ability to control that ledge. Saved by the hammer. Yeah. And again, this is the spot, like we mentioned before, this is like machine sweet spot. You sit on this side, you shoot over this ledge, you control this. It's so hard for the enemy team to interact with you, and you should get it. Sam holding this means that you should get the Rainmaker to this drop basically for free, outside of certain specials, but especially against the comp that the yellow team has, you're getting big points off of this. So I'm okay with the Booyah Bomb here, but I want to see the Booyah to be focused there and then ledge camping after. Looks like Brush flanked through from got around, but again, playing the ledge. Unfortunate with the trade, but team gets the wipe, because if Sam doesn't trade here, Sam can also like get the kill on the knot and stuff. But this is exactly what you need to be doing, is using the ability to go over ledges and control this area. So again, you can do this around bunkers a little bit more dominant. But this is like the bread and butter. This is where you definitely, as a machine player, and even at, like I had mentioned Dynamo before, but anything that goes over ledges very well, you want to make sure that you're focused on this. Yeah, and ended up hitting like double tapping. Like they got some damage onto the Nautilus, and that helped get that wipeout. So the rest of the team was able to push. That's a interesting route from their teammate, but we'll take it. 6 points is massive, so we take it. I think Sam could be getting more shots in this spot, like especially with a teammate distracting. Sometimes it can be hard to know exactly where you need to shoot. But like realistically, when the enemy's coming off a spawn, they're either going to come all the way from left, so they're either going to go this way is like the default way, and this is that ledge that machine clears, or they come in from far left and they end up in the same spot, or they might come over here. But if I'm Sam, I would rather kind of tuck away a little bit more. I wouldn't really worry about the pop because A, it's not going to paint a ton, and B, you can't really do much with it. In order for us to get any more points, because we already got a really nice push all the way to 6, the only way that we get more points is to like keep control. So I'd rather Sam not focus on the objective. We need to focus on controlling this ledge. because if we can slow the enemy team down, then all of our teammates, you know, we still have one wiper, but like two of our teammates that are trying to come in, they're able to do so pretty safely, and you can keep the fight on the enemy side of the map. When you have a big push like this and there's a lot of time, any time that you can leverage taking fights on the enemy side is really, really in your favor. Because you're just basically trying to stall. If you wipe them, of course you can KO, but your goal is just to stall. You don't need any more points because like you're not really going to get past 6. So you're not going to look to play like scrappy and like try to move Rainmaker a little bit. You just want to focus on holding control. And when you have good positions, you want to make sure you're leveraging those positions. So we'll see how Sam plays it. But especially having a teammate here, again, the vision is hard, but this is where you can use your mini map. This is where if I'm Sam, I'm starting to shoot shots over this, but as I'm taking those shots, I'm popping open my mini map, trying to see if my wiper has done any damage, like done enough damage to point someone out on the mini map. And as you start shooting over, if you tag someone with some damage, you can see where they are specifically, and maybe you can potentially get a pick. But holding this in general is like good. Uh-oh. Oh, that hammer changes plans. Oh, double hammer. Oh no. I know that was the replay, but I need to like fix the replay and see what happened. Okay. They jumped on that corner. The double hammer is crazy. Yeah. In spots like this, I've actually watched like, so Sam's able to definitely move forward. I think they can fight for bunker pretty well, but because their push is so far, if their team starts getting pushed back, you know, if the enemy team starts having a good push, because they already got one checkpoint, so like if Sam's team wipes, they potentially lose. Sometimes it's good as a machine to like sit back here and play. Again, you want to take the space that's afforded to you. But like, you know, if your teammates start going down, sitting here to stop the push is like, it's always going to be solid. If you can move into bunker, obviously move in the bunker. If you can sit up here, obviously sit up here. But, you know, sometimes getting stuck in this area can be a little bit awkward. So if you don't know that you can take these spots for free, I wouldn't probably drop from this ledge because it's really hard. Sometimes it can be hard to get back, or at least it's time consuming because you have to like drop down and like either paint the wall here or paint the wall here. And you can like either squid surge up this wall and get back up here, or you just climb the other wall, or you can like go around completely, but it like takes time to get back. So this drop is a little bit scary, especially with one of their wipers going down, but Rainmaker's kind of far away. So we'll see how it plays out. Good job keeping space on those fights. Wait, there's a sponge there? I'm gonna be, I didn't know there was a sponge on this map. Wait, I'm learning something. This is only for Rainmaker though, right? I swear, I do not remember the sponge being here. This is new to me. Okay, well, dropping here isn't as bad as the defending team because you can use a sponge to get back up. It still takes some time, and if the enemy team's pushing you while you're climbing the sponge, it's on multiple modes. Oh. Shows you how much I've played Manta. I've only really played it in zones and clams, and I don't think it's in those, but maybe it's in TC. Oh, different location? Oh, okay, I see. I did not know this was here in Rainmaker. Hopefully someone else is learning this in real time with me. But yeah, at least getting back up to here is good. This is like a safe spot, but you're giving up a lot of space here. So you don't want to take this spot if you don't have to, but if the enemy team has control of your bunker already, I would much rather fight from up here than fight in this area. But they have enough space to where I'm fine with Sam's positioning here. Ooh. Nice play. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily babysit Rainmaker like this. I'd want to get vision on the bunker and see what's going on. Just because there's so much that can happen and you have to trust your teammates so much on like the rest of the map, basically. What's happening in bunker, what's happening on the other side. And because you have a big push, even if someone kind of sneaks in, you still have a lot of time to react in order to stop them. But I'm glad they're aware of like Rainmaker and everything. Okay, this positioning is a lot better. I'm a lot more comfortable with this than just sitting on top of the Rainmaker. I'm gonna fact check myself. I mean, I didn't think it was in any modes, but I'm almost certain this is the only mode. But like you said, it could be in other positions. But you could tell me it was on every mode and I would believe it, but I'm guessing it's only this mode. I could totally be wrong. I like the use of this preemptive Booyah Bomb so that the rest of your team has something to like push in with. Because while you're not trying to you don't need to play aggressive here, you still want to fight for space. At all points of the game, you're always fighting for space. And if you start holding your specials for too long, especially with 95 seconds left, if you hold your specials for too long, you're going to inevitably give up a bunch of space for free. Okay, so it's only in Rainmaker? Gotcha. Nah, you're good. I didn't even know it was in this mode, so we both learned something a little new today. Yeah, now we play aggressive, especially with the pick that we got. We can start looking to play off of what our teammate's doing in mid and take this off angle through the cut on left side. So there's so many hammer jump scares in this gameplay. It's actually funny. I'd be careful. I don't necessarily like this jump. They were kind of lucky to be able to make it out there. The reason? You don't need to use a 90. Yeah, that's fair. The reason why I don't like this jump is because they have a blaster. Like both blaster and not are like, if you bunch up with another teammate, they both can shred you very fast. So I'm okay continuing to take space, and like you definitely should, but Sam's done a really good job throughout this game of taking off angles. You know, when earlier on when Sam's team was pushing this way, Sam takes an off angle over here. Or if Sam's team's pushing from like, you know, there's a couple of spots, but there's times where Sam like would take bunker in order to play around what the rest of their team's doing. And you don't need the big Rainmaker push. It's okay for Rainmaker to move forward. I'd play it probably a little bit slower because this VDS is the Rainmaker holder is running it like they need points, but they're not going to get to 6 by themselves. So I would rather the VDS slow down, but even if they want to push it up and just keep the Rainmaker on the enemy side, I'm okay with that. But I don't want Sam to follow. Sam needs to stay alive and like hold like strong presence. And I would like, this is probably the most comfortable position, is just sitting in, you know, sitting in the bunker and like waiting for your teammates to come in so you can push with, you know, have a push together. But if you wanted to be a little bit more aggressive, because the enemy's 2 down, like they're 2 down, the brush just spawned. These last 2 people are going to be locked in on wherever the Rainmaker's going. So Sam could totally just like, you know, path this way and hold this ledge, or path like over here and hold this ledge, and create more options potentially. Yo, Milo, hello, hello, hello. A long time no see, friend. Hope you're doing well. Hope you chose the right Splatfest team. It was a cold world for the rest of us. So it was good for them to be able to escape, but this play with Blaster or Nautilus kind of stopping the Rainmaker and then pressuring you with a good chance of splatting you, this is a pretty predictable play. And this seemed like an autopilot going across cut because you don't need points. You want to look for strong positions. You want to fight for space, but you can play it a lot more selfish because you already have like a game-winning push, getting it to 6. Again, doing a really good job playing with team. Unfortunate, surprising the Rainmaker didn't go down. Okim? Oh no. Okim is... I never had to take it, but everyone that had to take it has said not so nice things. Okim, and then I had someone, friend in school, that took Okim 2 for their major, and yeah, that's good luck. It seems interesting, but I've heard it's pretty tough. But doing pretty well. Doing pretty well. We're doing some VOD reviews here, but I'm in a spot where I can do more uh streams, which is really, really exciting for me. So I'm in my happy place right now. I'm glad to hear from you, and glad you are alive, and I wish you the best of luck with Oakham. All of the luck, all of the well wishes. Again, like I said, this is totally a safe spot to sit as a machine. You get high ground, you know, you can back up if you need to. But you have a really good presence, and like, you know, for people that are like trying to go for these tricky plays, you have vision of them and you can kind of outrange them with your additional height. So I like the positioning that Sam's in currently. Playing away from the Rainmaker, sure, but preventing like a big play opportunity. Oh, no. Sam has had like 12 hammers thrown at them this game. We got KO'd in the first. I mean, 3 minutes is fine. I don't want to set a precedence where people are like, "Oh, I went 20-0, so I want you to review my footage because like I want people to say that I'm good at the game." You know, that's not really productive. But if, you know, I'm okay with shorter games, like not a 30-second game, obviously, but like if there's something to actually evaluate, and if, especially if you have questions about it, I'm more than happy. You know, the length doesn't really matter that much. I just don't want I don't want an 0-20 game, and I don't want a 20-0 game. Actually, 0-20 would be impressive. Won't actually feed, but if that happened, I'd be interested. But 20-0, I don't want to see. But no, I'm fine. Get better at inkjet in your positioning. I haven't used inkjet a ton, but I do it a ton, so I can definitely. I've watched a lot of people play inkjet, so there are some map specific setups that I could probably give you some pointers on. Plus, if you have any tech that you're using, I can yoink it. So I'm always hoping, you know, I'm always excited when you all are able to teach me stuff. And if it's weapons that I don't play consistently, then, you know, I'm hoping y'all got the tech. I want to steal it. And especially with only 15 seconds left, like Rainmaker's in a great spot. You have full control. There's really no way that you lose this game. I still like Sam being aggressive with positioning and not just sitting back completely. Like they're still fighting for this pop, because even if you go down, even if your team potentially wipes, which would be catastrophic and basically impossible with good players, but even if that was to happen, you still have plenty of time to protect the 6 push. So I like this aggressive fight for space. I like this pairing to get this pick, and you know, we'll see how the blaster play goes after. Just running around. Alright. Oh. This is scary. So this is effectively the wipe that we mentioned, but again, if I'm Sam, I'm going up to elbow. I'm sitting here, and then we'll figure out what to do. We don't have specials, so we don't have like a GG play in mind, but we can kind of chill. I really like taking this off angle because they have a blaster, and blaster can hit over ledges the same way that machine can. It's a little bit different, but effectively it's the same thing. So blaster for sure is going to be focusing on elbow once they start getting picks and can start moving forward. So taking the off angle here is a better chance to get the jump on them. And if the Rainmaker potentially paths toward us, we can get a you know, gimmicky stop. So I love this. You know, I probably would have taken a more vanilla route and just gone up to elbow, but this is a much better play. I like this. We'll see how Sam plays it, but this is awesome. Yeah, and you saw the, like, Blaster was looking for that type of play. They kind of panicked a little bit and just threw a bubble down for their teammate, but awesome. Very, very in control. Really good, really, really good play. Just all throughout. Which, you know, Sam's a better player than I am, so I expect this kind of gameplay. But there are definitely a couple of things that I would like to mention. So in my normal fashion, I'll let the thing play out and then I'll write over. It's always fun doing new maps and understanding, like, because every map, like I always generally write in this corner. Some maps red shows up really well, like this, it shows up well, and like some of the lighter maps in the outskirts, it rates pretty well. But there's some maps, like I think I was like writing on a brick wall for Inkblot on Heka's video, and it did not look very good. Anyways, let me. Okay, I just want to make sure there was no writing on the screen because I'm gonna draw a little bit. So, anyways, first thing, I want Sam to be aggressive. Is there 2 S's? I swear I know how to spell up until I have to spell in front of other people. Is that correct? I think we're good. I think we're good. Spell check serves me right. I think we're chilling. Brick wall. Basically, that's how it is on the overhead. I want aggressive positioning and space taking. So take space. This is very specifically callouts at the early part of the game. Like when they get the initial pop, especially when they get a player advantage, which they think they had the 4v2 in a couple of spots. The first time Sam picked up the Rainmaker and I'll say weapon specialty, basically. And the fact that Machine can go over ledges, and for their team comp, if there was 2 machines, then I'm less worried about Sam picking up. But the fact that Sam's the only one that can go over ledges cleanly, again, torpedoes do kind of, but you're taking a lot of pressure off the table when you're the one picking up the Rainmaker. Whereas if you have VDS, for example, pick up Rainmaker, or Machine, depending on, but probably VDS would probably pick it up. Now you have Rainmaker, which can go over walls, and you have Machine, and you can pressure those double as hard. But Machine does it a little bit better than Rainmaker, but they're both like really, really good pressure. And plus Sam was a little bit farther forward, so I immediately want them to take space and either push for bunker and take control of bunker, or push up this ramp, start taking control of this ramp. One thing Sam did really good this game was taking off angles in a lot of spots. There was that one little blunder where the Rainmaker was over here and then Sam jumped over here in a 4v2 when they already had a push to 6. I didn't like doing that. Luckily, they were able to jump out and survive. But other than that, constantly they were taking a ton of off angles. When their teammates, when they had wipers pushing through this way, and they were trying to break this first checkpoint, Sam took this right side and was an off angle. And if they're able to make it over here safely, they can pressure bunker kind of, but they can especially pressure these walls really, really well. So I like the heads up play there. Really, really good. So yeah. But there was a couple of spots where Sam can be faster taking space, and you know, I think there was plenty of room where Sam could have solo carried, especially the first checkpoint of Rainmaker where they struggled a little bit early on. Second thing, and I think it's just in general, play for control. My rating's so bad. When I would say with big lead. So when they push to 6, and I would consider 6 a game-winning push in this game, because like that's pretty close to a KO. There was a couple of times where Sam was overly focused. That this Rainmaker play with the 4v2 is definitely the biggest one. That I think is a major blunder that luckily didn't get punished as hard as it should have. But the other one was when Sam was sitting over here. This was right immediately after the 6 push, but the Rainmaker was on this mast, and there was a wiper, like a friendly wiper was somewhere in the enemy back area, and Sam was sitting on this back street. I don't know what people actually call this. I need to look at Jim's call out list to know exactly what to call this. But this back street area, Sam was like throwing fizzy bombs and trying to go for the pop. Instead, I would prefer Sam to be going for like getting vision, and then like if people are like climbing up this wall or like taking this wall or going up this wall, like sitting over here is totally fine because you can get the jump on them. But there was a lot of presence on the wiper, like the friendly wiper that was over here. And I would rather see Sam play around this ledge, and if like fizzy bomb isn't bad, but throw fizzy bomb to assist your teammate and sit under this ledge and look for potential picks on people that are overextending for the wiper, or if they're distracted by wiper. And I think Sam was a little bit too focused on the objective, which again, this was like inconsequential, but there was a little bit of a pattern there of not focusing on the bigger picture and focusing on moving, like optimizing extra points and squeezing extra points out of Rainmaker pushes when you already have a big lead, and you don't need to do that. Honestly, I think that's it. Number one is definitely like the bigger thing. But I really like what Sam did. Sam's defensive positioning was really good. Also, we learned about this sponge here, which is funny. But, you know, holding this area as machine, I think is super solid. Pushed up into areas when there was an ability to do so. They also did a good job of making sure Rainmaker was accounted for. Almost to a fault. I think other people could have done it better, but in a solo queue environment, especially when you already have a good lead, I'm totally okay babysitting the Rainmaker a little bit more. So kudos, really, really good play. Yeah, so that's all I got. And I will get this posted at some point so Sam sees it, hopefully. that was awesome. Hum. Wait, what's the next rotation? Oh, what's I gotta go into? Wait, next is zones. All right, maybe we do one more review and then we play some zones and then we chill. So I think next would probably be, I think it has to be Vapor. Which review? Hold on. Which code is this? I didn't label the code. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I know you DM'd. I'm trying to remember the ordering, but yeah, I think Vapor was next. So we'll go with Vapor, and yeah, this will probably be the last code for tonight, but I want to weave in the reviews with just like normal like X-Rank gameplay and stuff. So we'll definitely be doing them a lot more frequently. Will not call. Probably nah. We'll probably just, I don't know. I feel like my flow is a little bit better. Oh, whoops. Sorry, wrong code. We'll get to everyone at some point, but I find my flow is a little bit better when I'm kind of solo. If you have anything specific, definitely post it in chat. Like I'll be a lot more, I'm caught up now, so I won't neglect chat like I was previously. But I think this will work a little bit better for me. There'll be certain circumstances where you can look to do that in the future, but it's hard to explain. When you watch yourself talk a lot, and like I've edited a few of my reviews already, like I'm so in the background of my head, I'm trying to like focus on the words that I say and trying to avoid certain filler words, which inevitably are still going to happen because I'm really bad at that and I'm trying to work on it. So there's some meta things happening in the background that talking to someone else is going to put a lot of pressure on the brain. But anyways, I'm assuming this is Megalodon Cup. I think this was definitely number 1 seed. Didn't y'all beat them twice? If I remember looking at the bracket, I think y'all won twice, right? But if you want to give some context on like if this was like grand finals or I think winners finals, you might have played them, or maybe it was winner semis. I don't remember. Yeah, you beat them twice. So was this like match point for something? Also, Nooney, thank you for the follow. You mentioned that do you do replays often? As I was kind of mentioning before, I didn't answer directly, but I'll be doing them more frequently. So yeah, we'll get around to everyone, and I have like effectively a wait list of codes, and we'll get to them. Right now, there hasn't been a ton of codes, so I can get to them pretty fast. If there's more of a demand, then we can potentially look at doing like, because the problem with the wait list is like if people aren't here like the next stream, for example, so it might be better as I get stuff figured out to focus on codes that are, you know, for people that are actually here for the day. But I'm getting everything posted, and I'm trying to stay really organized. I have some supplemental documents that I have for myself that I'll eventually share with you all that will provide that for you. So you don't have to be here, but I'm gonna kind of go with just like, you know, the order that codes are given to me, and I'll figure out a better method if there's more of a demand. But I'm glad that some people are like sharing codes. I really, really, really appreciate it. Ends at 3 p.m. Yeah, I'll be streaming way after that, so you're chill. Don't care who's code. I just want to learn. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, I'm definitely gonna try to do this like way more frequently. And like I said, not to shill my YouTube, which there's some stuff on there. It's we're working on the content. We're not a content creator. We've been a live streamer on and off for over a decade, but we're not really a content creator. So in terms of like organized content, this is a nice way for me to like edit stuff that I've already done on stream, because I'm working on a bunch of videos in the background of like me piecing together content. I don't know how people do it. I respect trying to make content myself. I respect people, especially people like Jim that do this like every morning and stuff and has like consistent posting times. I don't know how they do it. It's impressive, but I'm trying to work on it, and the reviews help me a ton. So reviews will definitely be a staple. So we'll keep it going. But there is I was trying to give you the URL. So this is my YouTube channel. I'm gonna start posting condensed. So what basically I'm gonna have a VODs channel where I have the full reviews, and then I'm on the channel that I linked into the in the chat. I'm gonna try to cut down the reviews. The first review I did for Lucy, they played on Capri Sun Sippin', and they were in SOS, and that was like that was just the full length. And then I went through it. I'm like, I should probably condense this. Ideally, I want to get the YouTube videos for the reviews. I want to condense them into the most important stuff. And like I was saying, probably around 25-30 minutes, so it's a little bit more digestible. And I want to try to post them. I can't commit to daily, but hopefully 3 or 4 a week, hopefully maybe more depending on my workload and depending on just life. But I want to make more of a habit for it so I can get better. You know, I'm trying to like build up my skills just outside of just, you know, part of it it's something I'm interested in, and partially it's something to do. But yeah, so you can the YouTube, there's a VOD review playlist in there, and all the ones that I go over in stream I'll condense into videos. But yeah, there's a lot of ways to interact. So hopefully that helps. Anyways, let's get back to it. So yeah, let's giving some background from Vapor. So yeah, grand finals game 1, exciting. How were your nerves? I'm actually interested. Did you get nervous? Because like I don't know how many or not majors, but like how many tournaments that you've won. But this is like high quality players. I feel like your chat and like the comms that you have with your team, from what I've heard before, I feel like you guys probably keep each other like focused. So I feel like it probably wouldn't be an issue. Not really. First S3 win. Nice. Talking about the same Lucy. I'm not sure. There are quite a few Lucy's. Full VOD on YouTube. Yeah. You can link yourself, Vapor. I'm good. I'm good doing I think for right now, doing replay codes is gonna be the easiest for me because my stream isn't set up for other stuff, and I'm slowly working on the technology of the stream in the background, like between streams. So replay codes are gonna be the most consistent, but if you want to like chill your stuff, like feel free to, you know. Vapor is the GOAT. We love Vapor. Vapor really, really, really good. Div 3, Div X in my heart. Xplosh and backline player. So anyways, let's get back to it. So anyways, game 1, grand finals of Megalodon Cup, which was yesterday. And we have a lot of bucket players on our team. Oh, did I miss something? Okay, beat them in winners and they're coming from losers bracket. Gotcha. They were subbing in? Effectively Azuka main? Wait, who? Oh, Pepe. Oh yeah, I remember seeing them because I remember they posted about it. I'm like, wait, are they on your team? Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, replay codes are generally more accessible, but as I get better, like I think it would be nice to hear like voice comms in certain contexts. I think it can be a nice learning experience as well, but for right now, replay codes are just they'll be the cleanest for me, but I'm trying to work so that we can be a little bit more accessible with it all. So anyways, yeah, y'all have like triple bucket going on, which is interesting for a it's really interesting for a zones matchup. Is this comfort of like what people want to play, or is there a reason specifically? Like I can understand potentially, especially on this map, like Inkjet makes a lot of sense and Machine makes a lot of sense. Because like you can really target Bandit, and like Bandit's a really well known like charger kind of one trick, but very, very, very solid. So I could understand Brian doesn't like playing so sad. I see. But yeah, I'm guessing you're trying to kind of target them, but I'm not really sure. And then yeah, you got what sounds like kind of comfort on Zuka. But when it comes to this match, like leader is very scary, but if y'all start taking control, like you'll have a lot of advantages on these splash players. I think this actually does a decent job with Crab as well. You ran comfort, I gotcha. Honestly, like this works out better than you would anticipate. Seeing some of these kind of weapons and stuff, especially on this map with like being able to camp these ledges, it works out a lot better than, you know, general just comfort stuff. So really cool. So your positioning here at the beginning, is this like, do you know that you outrange the scoped leader, or because this seems really scary, but I don't know the ranges. I don't know if this is potentially uncomfortable for you, but I don't know if they can actually hit you. It also is like a weird angle that most people probably aren't going to check. Oh, very edge. Oh, so this was, were you like deliberately like thinking about it and spacing ranges with it? Because I'm going to be honest, I've played quite a bit of solo queue and I've seen some X splashes. I don't know if I've ever seen someone take that angle early on, but obviously you're like, again, this is like the cool tech that I like getting from people that are like specialists on their weapons and stuff. This is sick. I remember I remember getting punished by your X splash on I think TC on this map a long time ago, and made me terrified and very aware of the grades. So I really like that. I don't like that your team's all exploding. Huh? Guessing you didn't know that that person crossed, which honestly I didn't notice that on first take anyways. That's kind of a scary spot, but honestly, I don't know. Like, I think getting on top of Spinner like you did is probably like the best you can do. It's either that or you jump out completely and have to rebuild. But assuming that that person didn't crawl, so your positioning was like you eventually got outside of the range of the machine, so you were kind of chilling in that spot. But it was unfortunate that Kaisa got through. So yeah, you'll need to take control of, like, you'll need to take something back. I don't know, like as a team, I don't know if y'all have a goal in mind when it comes to like, are you trying to, so like, are y'all looking to take back your far left area and push through here? Are you trying to take control of your plot and kind of push through mid directly, potentially look for flanks? This is where your comp is like a little scary, like getting in this type of spot. Splashes have the ability to teleport. They are really, really fast. I use Expo now, and also like taking high position. Yeah, I've never really seen that much, so it's cool to see. One of our worst maps as a team. I see. Because I'm having a hard time. I'm having a hard time seeing you all have a way to break through. Especially y'all kind of keep feeding in, and they have specials ready. I didn't look at the time, but are y'all gonna get KO'd or do y'all actually make it out? Okay. Replay safety there. You do have a rain play. I think you need another special to combo, but I do think with your comp, especially with Crab, with them having a Crab ready, you may actually be able to like fight for retake with and get a kind of a silly, not a full retake, but at least like give them a penalty with your rain and your expo shots. But this is still very, very dangerous. And this is the problem. Leader on Museum is so scary. Doesn't matter the mode. Like zones. Rainmaker may be a little bit less scary, but still very strong. Clams especially. Like, if leader gets set up, if you don't have an answer for the leader specifically, which you'll have some potential gimmicks, and you can kind of displace with the rain, but this is, well, actually you'll have a lot of displacement, honestly, but it's still very scary. Tough because the leader, yeah, our answer's Jet. That's fair. But yeah, this is very tough, and I feel like people on your team, like, there's a lot of pain for you all to take a special. I would have liked, I don't know exactly how you would want to set it up, but it would have been nice if y'all slowed down a little bit. Once you died here, I think your teammates should be painting for specials, and you have like, you just overload specials, take zone, hopefully can take control, but you need like more time. I don't like how much you rushed it. Y'all doing the dropping right and getting picks, so that's good. And then yeah, rain helps with the retake. I like the timing. The timing window on this is sick. Let's see if you actually retake the map completely. A lot of trades. I got the 1v1. So now is when you all potentially get scary. Now you have people set up on these, like, on these sides, and you're not in a position to fully like start pressuring the leader. Yo, Lummo, hello. Thank you so much for the raid. How was the Sammys? I saw you got another 9 run on twitter.com. That's crazy. Actually, the salmon run goat. I hope the stream was well. Hope the Splatfest was well. So that you're playing some Splatfest is well as well. So many fishing nights. I respect it. It seems like people are having fun with the random rotation right now. So sounds like a good time. But welcome in, everyone. 42,069. Nice. Did you touch the random rotation? No, I got to get my capsules, but I haven't done it quite yet. But we're doing some Avadi reviews currently. Right now, the Vapor is trying to find an angle to start looking for a pick on the enemy team. I do like that your teammates are taking like these side angles and y'all do have a Booyah to work with. So I think at this point it's really trying to find your in, you know, catching someone, because there might be someone over here. If I'm a splash looking to crab, I don't actually know where I get the crab off. I feel like it's too dangerous. Like your comp, this is why your comp's scary, is because the nice crab spots that people want to generally sit in, they have a really hard time doing. You can sit, you lose range, but you can sit on top of the spinner, and you can also sit on like the grate. Like there's different ways. You can also sit all the way back here, but I don't think they want to do that. But because your team handles like ledges very well and like some of your specials, it's very scary, like as a crab player, to find an in. But they do have like they can triple up on specials to look for a push. But I feel like you should play more aggro bottom left. I don't hate the idea. I do kind of like you just keeping paint over here, but your other buckets can probably take control. And then if they get a pick, your T-Tech can cross. I don't mind you on left side actually, because it does give you a lot of pressure, and I don't think you want your machine. Like I don't think Slosh does a great job from there. You may have an inkjet set up, but I haven't messed with it on this map. But yeah, I can cover more of that back choke point. For sure, for sure. I think you're fine mid, but you haven't played enough, like you haven't had to retake yet, so I don't really know exactly how the enemy's trying to push. I wouldn't imagine they play very drop heavy on left, but if it is something you notice, I could understand wanting to play it. And it does make sense for you playing it specifically. Because yeah, they're playing a pretty honest approach where I think they're just content getting all their specials out and slowly pushing you through with all the paints. So, you know, again, your bucket's trying to get under ledges and looking for picks in this scenario, but we'll see how it goes. Because yeah, so do y'all have Tri-Slosh? Like I see Tri-Slosh is over here now. Did you like for your Tri-Slosh just sit over here? Because I don't love this, but we'll see if they do end up inkjetting, which I guess we'll see here. I'm actually interested. Okay, so this was like potential inkjet tech that I was like wondering if they could use the bottom left to get this like high ground. But yeah, I feel I feel like it's not the best approach to get to the leader for this exact reason. So like this tech is really cool, but yeah, against the leader and especially against Bandit's leader, this is tough. So yeah, because if they do this like off these ledges, like it's lit. You can do some crazy stuff. Like maybe you can even do it down here and like get up here. But I really like the idea. This is very creative jet play that we love to see. But it looks like the enemy team's definitely gonna retake here. And so now I can understand you wanting to play more on the left side. Which it isn't an idea I'd think about because you get so much value just being in mid, but I can understand based off of the comps and like how you want to use your specials and how you want to use your weapons to like hold. I could see you focusing left, and also like you can get a lot of creative shots, I'm sure. It's just if you push out of left, you have to be careful about leader when you're holding. But now retake. We'll see if y'all have a better way of going about this retake. Last time you went 2 right, and it looks like y'all lost the trade battle. We'll see. Do you think jetting from right under plow would be better than going around and poking from behind? By poking from behind, do you mean this left play that that the jet ended up doing? Because I don't like that play. Unless you're going for a pick specifically on one of these people, I don't know. I could be wrong. Like I'm not a jet player, but I know as like a leader, if leader was sitting up here, you know, like if leader was sitting in heaven, which so like if leader was here and you knew they were here, this play is fine. But if leader's sitting on, you know, in these type of spots, I feel like it takes way too long, and you don't have the element of surprise at that point, is from my perspective. But I get it is important because like obviously you're using it to get to the what's it called? You're trying to get to the leader specifically, So I get part of it is as a team you need to identify where the leader's at, but if they're not sitting up here, I don't like that because I feel like if you do this play 10 more times, probably 8 or 9 times out of 10, your inkjet's going down. From my perspective, I could be wrong, but from my perspective, I'd see that. I feel like I'd rather have this kind of element of surprise because the other thing is like, and I don't know tri-slosh ranges completely, but if you're sitting here as a tri-slosh, like you can't poke at someone that's sitting here. Like you're kind of waiting for someone to either drop or you're looking for this inkjet play. Whereas if you're hovering around this area, there's a lot of opportunities for you to do more chip, and like you can also throw ink mist in like interesting spots. I just feel like there's more setups and more ways you can contribute as a tri-slosh over here. And I think just like you were saying, I think it's probably better for you to hold this left side, or sorry, the enemy side would be, oh no, this is the enemy side. So yeah, tri-slosh focused in mid and like this U-wall's right side. And I'd rather you hold this left side for the reasons that you were talking about. But I don't know if like, I don't know where you position. This is where like if I'm you in this spot, I don't know exactly where you position. Because I know that like if you weave in between these areas, because you don't want to sit like under here because like you don't get as much value. But if you like playing around this and like moving in these positions, you're susceptible to like getting leadered. So I don't know. It's tough. Aggro left. Oh, like up here, like on this we call chair. I think it's like shield or something. There's something up in this area. Yeah, this could be a better position if this is what you're talking about. Ink miss. Is that not what it's called? So more in the ditch. I think so. I would have to go into recon and better understand the ranges and what you can hit. But this is actually not I don't think this is a bad spot because you can still pressure this front part of plat, which is why I like you in mid. But you have more room to move. So yeah, I don't know. It's tough. And when you have rain, I want to make sure that you can get rain in like a relevant area. So potentially go like if you're sitting in like this kind of spot, like you can kind of go like left to right with your rain, which is an interesting like place to catch them off guard. Screenshot, yeah, if you want to post it on the DMs. And by post I mean just send it to me. Yeah, I like that you're playing back here a little bit more until you all are ready for like an actual push. I'm slightly off. All right, yeah, just send me. You know the Discord. Yeah. I like this, like I still think you need, and like you're comboing the rain with the jet, which is good. But I like the more disciplined approach on this retake. I think you understood that you like fed a ton trying to go through plat before. So I like the way that you retake here. And I like that you tried the right side. Like right side is what broke you in the first time. And then you'll try it again and then go down. And then you take this more measured approach with the other two people that built their special. So this is a good setup. I like this. EPEC staying alive. I mean, V-Shot staying alive there for so long is sick. That was a... You're playing on a razor's edge. Is that a knife's edge? Whatever that phrase is very scary of a retake, but your comp kind of is bad at retakes. So this is pretty clever. Oh, okay. So Vapor's talking about, so when holding them, Vapor's talking about chilling in this area right here. It's not too bad. Is there a reason as an X-Blow you need to be that close? I guess if you get there, you can probably shoot behind the spinner, huh? It's a little bit scary, but I will say as a team that plays double splash a lot, getting someone out of this spot is really annoying. You just have to like full commit to it, basically. So this is kind of a blind spot for the splash players. I get really uncomfortable if there's like a machine or a bucket, but I do feel like a tri-slosh or a machine can hit there better. But if you're positioning here as an X-Blow because you get like the extra range gets you something that the others couldn't, then I think it's worth going for. But I'd probably rather have something that's a little bit more mobile in that spot. But I think it's fine. Again, if you want them like hovering over these other sides, it's totally fine. But like this spot is good, but you have a like it's good for like a lot of your team. I don't know if there's a safer, like I don't know if you'd want to play in a safer spot, but I know your Expo is very aggressive, and when your team has the presence and the pressure to start moving forward, you love taking as a player, you love taking like these really aggressive plays, and you do it really really well. Like you excel. So I think I'm fine with it, but I would need to see more reps. It's an interesting idea, and I like the idea, but I can't definitively say if it's good or not. But the one thing I like with how you're retaking and like your brain's working now is that there's a lot of creativity in the way that you're playing. And I think that's very important. And I really like that um you have a lot of potential like answers, which is really important because if y'all play super vanilla, which y'all kind of did at the beginning of the match, you get KO'd immediately. Like your team on offense can snowball hard, but retaking is really, really tough. The only safe spot on its own is on your own spinner. Yeah. Yeah. It's tough, yeah. I would definitely say try it out. And I think it's fine, but you know, I'd make sure you're in recon mode and you're comfortable with what you're trying to hit in those spots. Because sometimes on this map, there's so many objects. I don't know if it's a problem for you as an Explo, but at least it's like a splash that uses a lot of bombs. Like my bombs will just hit objects all the time and it like obstructs where I'm trying to hit things. So as long as you're comfortable getting shots from that area, like underneath this ledge, then I would definitely say go for it. See what happens. I'm actually interested. Oof. I think your teammate pushed a little bit too fast. They could have waited to like get help from you potentially, but they're like a sub like you're saying, so they're probably not in on the same wavelength as you all always. But yeah, like I think you as a team are still trying to figure out how you want to set up on this map, which is hard. Again, your comp is kind of hard, but I don't if you're like I'm fine with V-Shot being this aggressive, but they need to be paired with one of your other machines if they're going to be going over here. Because I don't like V-Shot by itself on these ledges, especially against a good team and especially against a team that can paint a ton. Because they're gonna get chewed up pretty fast. They need to play it a little bit slower, and then your tri-slosh that I think y'all kind of set for this game that they're gonna hold that left side, and I would rather see them be more aggressive and look for a potential pick and continuation play with y'all having control. Because if this V shots by themselves, I want them to play it slower. They can still sit over here, but they should probably play like more Sharky and like wait for the rest of the team to make it back in, or at least play off a special. It's not a hard hit. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't think it's too bad, but just making sure you're comfortable. I didn't try to hit over the spinner. Can you though? I'm actually interested. I don't know if you're still in recon on the map. I'd be interested to see if you can actually hit that with the Explo. Cause that'd actually be really, really good on certain spot. You can? Interesting. That's a cool spot. That's a spot that a lot of teams like you'll see blasters and you'll see like machines and stuff take this kind of angle, but this angle is a lot more awkward against like more traditional type of comps. Like if you have like a Tetra or something, like X-Ray is just gonna jump in on you all day and you're gonna struggle. But against a lot of these types of comps, like when we play double splash is super uncomfortable when there's like someone that can hit over ledges or like a blaster that can punish ledges that's in this spot. So the more I talk through it, I'm actually it's interesting. Like I'm uncomfortable with the thought of Exflow being that far forward, but it makes sense. This is like being very knowledgeable and comfortable and experienced on maps. That's a spot I wouldn't initially say that I like, but the more we kind of talk through it and hearing more about it, I think it works, and I think it especially works with like what your team's trying to do. But yeah, that pick was kind of crazy. It looked like they were trying to push the. I think there was a tantalizing play against the leader that they were going for. Yeah, like Bandit's positioned over here, so I can't necessarily blame them for wanting to like even getting a trade on the leader would probably feel pretty good, but yeah. But them going down basically makes it so you're gonna struggle with the retake. Oh wow. Yeah, you can cover like basically the entire plat. Wait, that's actually really good. Yeah. I'd be the only concern that I have is certain comps and certain weapons can probably deal with you a lot more. But I can tell you as a splash player, I'm really uncomfortable when people sit there. So playing against double splash is really good to be there. Leader probably has a hard time hitting you. I don't think they get an angle from heaven, but I mean you can also play around the leader and position yourself accordingly. And if they bring their machine to try to stop you, that gives you a lot of, it makes your life really easy. But I don't know. You still have to play around specials a little bit, so you have to be a little bit careful. But I don't know. The more we talk about it, actually, I like it. Yeah. The window here, y'all's timings are just a little bit staggered. I don't know if something. I'm guessing you two went for a play and got baited on like trying to get the. Oh wait, what? What did they jump to? They jumped to you? I'm so confused. Oh. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Like y'all are in a tough spot, so they need to get in fast or else y'all are gonna get collapsed on, but that's a tough jump. It technically stalls the enemy team a little bit, but that's tough. Now y'all need to go back to the drawing board and figure out. Yeah, then y'all. I mean, the spot y'all are in, I was surprised that you didn't want to jump fast, like you didn't jump out. But there was, oh, if you had a little bit more time, you could have got a rain out and you maybe could have stalled enough. But the timing there is tough because you need someone to like. You'd have to have someone coming from like your plat to be able to support the enemy team like pushing and running after you, because you can actually stall back here for quite a while against this kind of comp. Like you're not playing against like a stamper or something, but yeah, you definitely, yeah. Again, against their comp, you probably could stall. You have to be a little bit careful, but like making the leader reposition to have to like focus on you all, and you know, you need more support for this play to work. But I think if you get rain off and U2 doesn't jump into where you were initially, that play could potentially work out if you stall for just a little bit longer. But now, again, you're in a spot where it's like, I don't know how you all are looking to retake. Obviously, we're going to play around the rain, but like as we've seen before, you need something to pair up with rain in order for it to combo well. I don't think Inkjet's great in these spots. Like I think Inkjet is a lot better offensively than using it when you're holding and not when you're retaking, because you can't really get in a lot of good spots. You're probably going to get picked by leader in a lot of cases. And the retake you had before was, that's the best that you could do at the time. So it was, it was good. But in a spot like this, hopefully if you can play for a Booyah Bomb, that'd be good. But yeah, these deaths are not good. Again, I think your team could probably, it's hard because like you don't want people to like cross and stuff, which you're already having to deal with. But you don't want to be playing on plat against this kind of comp, especially when they've already crossed. You need specials like immediately, and like your tri-slash can't really do anything. There isn't a lot of time, so I don't like blame them, but it's tough. There's a lot of conditions that you need to meet. Oh dang. So yeah, that was a really fun game to watch. I want to go back and watch the rest of the set. Yeah, that's when you do. Yeah. I mean, you have to find a combo for it, and like I don't think the timing was there. But again, this goes back to like the jump that Mewtwo had, because like if y'all had a Booyah Bomb a little bit faster, like I think y'all actually could have stalled on the left side. I can understand them wanting to jump in when they respawn, but the jump that they had was bad and it delayed the Booyah Bomb. If they didn't feed there and they just like walked in normally, they could have painted for their Booyah Bomb, and even if you two go down and get collided like you did, I think you actually get Storm and Booyah in time to actually potentially retake at the end there. But yeah. Overall with this match, Like y'all obviously won the set, so I'm sure this was probably a fun like back and forth set. But this is really tough for your team. Um Also I really like the beginning, your play with the great. I've never seen that. You lost the initial set? Oh, gotcha. So yeah, your stuff's gonna be more team oriented. One of it like uh I want better retake ideas. Shoot. Retake ideas. And it's tough. Like I think the strength of your comp is that y'all can potentially snowball on offense, but uh, on defense you have to be like pretty disciplined. You got your first break having two people drop on the right, and I like that you all. So SV1 comp. Nah, you're good. You're good. I think this worked out well, but I appreciate that you provided some of the screenshots in the background. The comms definitely probably would have helped, but we're working on it. But yeah, the better retake ideas. A lot of times, you all just neglected this back area for retake, and that's like it's free paint. It makes it so you don't immediately explode when the E leader is like staring at you. You know, like they can't really hit this back area. So if you want to paint for your specials, I think you can do a decent job of still getting like you can still have presence as an explo and get paint and get specials without going up there. But I would have liked to see, you know, one of these other weapons get specials more consistently by taking those safer positions until it was y'all were ready to go. Because y'all lost a ton of points at the beginning of the match because you just kept feeding in this area. Because like when leader's sitting up here, like they just have a field day looking for angles, and like when the spinner's moving, like if you're not always directly behind the spinner, and even when you're behind spinner, eventually you have to pop out, and it's like always scary. And like if you don't have like a crab or something, it's dangerous. You'll have specials to retake, and I think that your retake ideas were good. Like you paired the rain with inkjet, which was a little bit scary, but it worked. You know, y'all are a very aggressive team. Uh, and the retake over here was nice, but y'all wasted a lot of time and fed a lot of time. Statistically, our worst game of the whole event. I mean, there was a lot of feeding. A lot of it is kind of like most of it's out of your control, truthfully. But the one thing I would say is like, because y'all, I think you'd want to figure out because you know what kind of comp they're gonna play. Because you like you know we all know these players on the other team, at least like Bandit and Kaisa and Kate. Like we know what their comp is generally gonna be. Um, so you know when you're going into this kind of map mode, figure out you know Rain I think is relatively consistent, and then you know what are we pairing it with? Ideally, it's gonna be Inkjet uh or like a Booyah Bomb. Probably Booyah Bomb would be better, but yeah, I would look to have that down beforehand because you can kind of know what you're getting into, and it feels like y'all were scrambling for most of the game, and it y'all kind of just like it was lucky that the timings happened where y'all had specials at the same. Like I think you used specials at the same time, but people were feeding, and it was like causing getting that second special to be a lot more difficult. So that's the first thing I would say. Um, So pair specials, which y'all did, but like know what that pairing is. So like know what you're looking out for, and everyone else needs to slow down. Like when you were chilling up here and your team was chilling in this back street, waiting, all this is really good, but we need to do that faster and like more disciplined, basically. On defense, we already talked through it, but I think you're like the positioning on holds need to be more fleshed out. I think y'all came in here with an idea. Like we talked through this, so like you're chilling on this at this point. But you know, I think you had a plan where like Tri-Slosh was sitting over here, and you had this like, or sorry, it'd be over here, and you had this like inkjet idea and stuff. But even after this inkjet got sniped, the next time when like your V shot was going for this play on the charger that was sitting down here, like your slosh could have potentially helped them, but instead the slosh went over here and like sat in this position. So I'm sure this is something y'all kind of figured out beforehand. There's something you all communicated, but you probably could have adapted a little bit better. It's hard to do in like the grand finals of a tournament, so I wouldn't expect it here. But you know, there's a tough task for you all. But I think on retake you have more creative ideas, playing a lot heavier around here because their team comp, they really don't have a, as long as you know where the charger is, they don't really want to drop out left unless like your whole team is over here. Like if you have like 2 or 3 people on their plat, then like okay, maybe they look for something, but like I would be very uncomfortable with their comp as at least as a splash player. You can definitely do it, but you kind of need a whole setup in order to like take this drop. So I think keeping one of your ledge campers, just having them sit here where I can't imagine them getting a ton of value throughout that game. I think it's better for you to have them push forward instead. And like you said, if you want to sit, like you sitting here is really, really, really interesting. But you know, in general, you can play here. You can play more back if you're getting pressured. But against their comp, you probably can be a lot more aggressive. Main goal is to keep Jet and Storm for moving. Try to use Zuka after for later after the opening. Yeah, it's fair. But there was so much feeding. Like I don't know what the special totals were at the end, but I feel like the specials were low. And some of that was a lack of discipline. Some of it you have to like just throw yourself at them and feed, and that's fine. But some of them, like there was like random deaths where people were like just basically asking the E leader to splat them, and Bandit is that charger. They can hit those shots consistently. But I like the idea. 14 total specials, or most of them from you. Biggest weakness is people dropping through that side. No, that's fair. I like that you have a plan for it, but against these players, I haven't played them a ton, but I would not expect them to be playing super ratty. Okay. That's a lot more balanced than I thought. I guess y'all didn't get as much value out of some of the other ones, which like Zuka's always going to be kind of a lottery, but I know Booyahs were used for like retakes and stuff. But yeah. But I don't know. I think overall y'all played like really solid. I think in terms of like things you did really well, I think y'all have a lot of creativity, and I think you're confident to be able to like play aggressive. Like you're very much, y'all play very aggressive, and the fact that y'all are able and willing to commit to play aggressive throughout the game is really, really good. We got negative value. So it makes us unique from other teams. Yeah, no, it's definitely like playing against you all, even without Kraken, which is crazy to say because I remember playing Kraken in Splatoon 2, and yeah, they were like super, super aggressive. But even without them, like your team still holds that same aggression, and yeah, being able to be more creative. And I think there's like a confidence to just go in and play. Yeah, without Kraken and Pork, for sure, for sure. So like the fact that you keep that identity and we're able to win the tournament is like sick, like super, super sick. But you could definitely tell that this is not like the most consistent roster that plays together all the time. There was a lot of like slopping. I guess that would be the final thing, just like overall discipline. This one's spelled with, I swear, writing words. Discipline's an E. I have no idea how to spell this. Yeah, it is I, okay. I swear. I always say it. I don't even know if I spelled it right. If I was to ever be on like a game show where like the cameras are on me because I have like this ring light in front of me, My brain just turns off. I don't remember how to do it. I would lose on like the $100 questions of Who Wants to Be a Million. But yeah, discipline in terms of like I said, like take this back street when you can. And what you did later for the retake, and like y'all were able to get 2 specials. You got Rain and you got Jet, and you were able to retake. It was a little scary, but all of your retakes are going to be pretty scary. But yeah, I would rather you see it, rather you do it more often, because I actually think, because y'all were almost ready for another retake and another shot at still winning the game at the very end there. You were missing out on some time, and a lot of the time that you wasted early on giving them like these 70-point pushes, while y'all are just constantly feeding. Like there's different feeding. 2 people dropping here and feeding is like good. This person not respecting a charger and getting splatted is not good, because they like Tri-Slosh just going across here and getting splatted is just either lazy or like autopilot or something, because they could just path over here. If they want to drop at any point when it's safe, they can do so, but you know, you need that level of understanding. I'll probably call it soon. I'm gonna be honest. I kind of want to play. I'll probably play like 30 minutes of solo queue because I want to play some splat zones. But I'm down to see some more later. I always love watching splat zones stuff. But you know, hopefully some of that makes sense. It was a very interesting talking through it with you. Yeah, that tech up here is really interesting. I do it with Splash sometimes, like with with Crab specifically with Splash up here. Not at the beginning, but for retakes. But it actually makes a lot of sense for like you still have to like be a little bit careful, but obviously you were playing that very carefully. So I remember Duke was a creep. If it's something controversial, maybe not. I'm not familiar with the history, so maybe it's better not to post things that could make people uncomfortable or upset. But I'm not aware enough about these people, so I have no idea. Yeah, this is pretty understandable. Sheesh. Bandit with a 16 though. I mean, again, there's like nothing you can do. That must have been a really sick set. Yeah, that was Vapor. Here is Vapor's YouTube channel, where the rest of that set is posted, although I wouldn't be surprised if we go through another game at some point in the next week. But yeah. This reborn look at this. What's up, Jorge? Hello. Yeah, I can take a look at the link later. For sure, for sure. I'm not good at pulling stuff up on the stream. What are you play? Honestly, I'll probably just play pretty chill, I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Umami and Flounder. And I'm 1 and 2. Editing down your full stream throughout the week. Nice, nice. We look forward to it. Hopefully look forward to seeing you all play more. Because again, when I was going back to like teams and stuff and like outside of like the top teams and giving some love and shine to the way that teams play and everything, I don't know, like watching your games, like your creativity and ability to try new things throughout the matches is fun to see. Also, you play backliner and you play super aggressive, which is very frustrating to play against, I'm not gonna lie. Jorge spitting lies. He has to dodge a suction bomb with a Kraken? Dodging in and out of his... Oh no. Jorge, you're too much. Next event looks like late May, once we find little Timmy tournament. I see, I see. Farming the results. I believe. Alright. We did win 2 in a row and we're playing against someone from Nawal. Also we're playing against 2 top 500s. This will be interesting. These comps are crazy. I like our comp better, but I'm a little bit scared. But I'm glad I have the build that I have. Someone behind. They're in our spawn, so I don't care. This person's still behind us. No, I didn't mean to drop. I just choked the Instaples. We live, we live. Last one's arrow spray. Oh my god. I'm gonna die to the blasters. This is a really bad crowd. Yeah, I have to back out completely and I don't have a crab. That's a pretty big misplay on my part. It's tempting to not take high ground and just pop crabs. But there's certain maps and against certain weapons, like Blaster and Stamper are like awful to play against as a splash. I need to get bombs in these spots to support my team. Nice. Against Blaster again, this is another bed crab. I'm autopiloting my crabs. Fortunately my teammates are there, so like we're fine, but that could have been catastrophic. No troll, no joke. Oh shoot. I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna ignore them for a quick second. Get that bomb and then come back. Yeah, this person's like actually irrelevant. They're giving jumps, but... Oh, nice shots. Nice. Thought I was gonna get more help from my teammates, but I just choked, so I'm not blaming teammates, but I was hoping I'd get a little bit more support for the cleanup. Oh, I'm dying to an arrow spray. Oh my god. Oopsie. I need a paint for special. I can get special super fast because we haven't painted base, but... this is potentially scary. No, we're good. No, I'm not gonna get anything with this crowd. We need like an actual retake. Like I could play aggressive, but I need my teammates to like chill. We're in a really good spot if we just play together, but we're not playing together. They're not there. I do not like our chances anymore at this game. I know what my teammates are doing. They're beating super hard. I 90'd. Okay. Nice. I'm gonna die. Please paint, please paint. I can't take the long distance fight. No, we're gonna lose this game. I knew it was a dually that can roll. I didn't expect the fizzy. If we stop dying to the random reef sliders, I think we're okay. But I'm gonna die. Thought that was gonna chase behind me. Two down. Ugh, this is such a scramble. No. I don't like this play at all. I need paint. Oh my goodness. Whew. That was too much. We take those though. Yeah, I had some bad feeds that game, but we gave up so many points for no reason. My crabs were really bad that game, so this isn't fully blaming my team, but at no point did they decide that they wanted to like use two specials to retake. They just kept hitting their head against a wall. Eventually it did work. They got a lot of 2-downs that I wasn't really a part of, but ooh, dangerous. Yeah, the two things I would definitely say that I needed to work on a little bit better is that I need to manage my paint a little bit better because there was a lot of spots that I really needed burst bombs that I didn't have. And that's a really big problem, especially with the comp that we're playing and the position I had to play. There was a lot of times also when we had control, and because we had control, I compromised my position of how I ended up using my crab. It's not a good play, not a good idea. Because we ended up not getting value. Because like if you pop a crab just right in front of a blaster, like you just don't do anything about that. You have to roll away. Like you actually have to roll away. And then with stamp as well, like it's scary. So interesting game. Also, I was almost certain that we weren't going to be able to salvage that game at the end because of the bubble, but they positioned their bubble like far out of the zone, so where we could actually paint enough. Because like I went for an aggressive play in mid because I assumed that their bubble was like, I mean, I still think the play I did was fine because I like distracted them enough and I didn't end up getting spotted. But I thought I'd had to go in the bubble to actually paint the rest of the zone so that they didn't win on us, like preventing us from capping. But we went on at the end, which was nice, but a lot of poor play. But I appreciate teammates clutching up at the end. Yo, what's up, Rick? Terraria Calamity mod. I have not. I know about Terraria. I have not really played it, but I know some friends that have played it. Is that something you're playing now? So I don't know what the Calamity mod is, but it sounds very chaotic, which sounds like some fun. Just win. Honestly, I don't know why I didn't think about that before. Just win forehead. Also, with as many top 500 players, I'm baffled at the weapon comps that were there. Finish Celeste. Celeste is so good. I never went back and beat all of like the B side or whatever. Was there a C side as well? I don't really remember. But that game was really, really, really good. I always respect the game that can like show rather than tell with its storytelling. Especially for like platforming. Like a platforming game, that was pretty sick. Oh, not this map. Okay, these are more of the comps I would be used to seeing. I like our comp better because we have 2 splashes and they have dapples. But we also... Yeah, we hold, we crab after their crab, so... Wait, they're 2 down, what? Hey. I don't want to back up, but I kind of have to. I don't think they saw me here. Oh, they saw the jump though. Why did you jump? I want to play that slower, but... That was a creative jump. Oh, they were running stealth. Nah, I think they just saw me. I lied. I'm just gonna play with my... Oh, wait, they were in Zipcaster? That's bad. No. I needed cleaner movement. Yeah, we're just gonna like lose this game. I shouldn't have gone for that play. For some reason, I didn't have the awareness that they were zipcasting. Boost. They still don't have a penalty yet. By the crit. I mean the booyah. Wait, I'm going crazy. No, I couldn't get into... I was hoping if they... I didn't know if they went underneath me or to the left, but if they went where they did to the left, I was hoping my teammate would trade, which they ended up trading, so we're chilling, but... Oh, I need to back up faster. I didn't want to like hold pain. I knew I needed to back up, but that'd be a huge pick. Oh, this is a really bad jump. No, I'm out of range. Oh, boom. Ah, the lag. I shouldn't have gone for the play against the sword, but... Sword movement plus connection. It goes crazy. I shouldn't be going for this. No, I need one more shot though. No, I'm gonna die. This is roller. Maybe not. That's so bad of me. I did not pay attention to the... I didn't know my whole team went down. I should have played it slower. Oop. A little bit. Like another half an hour. What's up? They jumped out. Please, please. I need to clutch up and find like a goober. I don't know what. I shouldn't have gone for that play. It might feed, but that was bad on my part. I actually threw. I actually threw that game. That's so bad of me. I'm for it. I'm in JP region. Not the misunderstanding of Celeste mod. Oof. Yeah, I don't know why I went for that aggressive play. I thought I had a read on someone. I thought they were gonna commit fully to the right side. Like they initially committed and then, but like I did not need to go for the play, which is the problem. I just need to like I'm a splash. I just chill. Is JP more fun? I mean, if you want to play the game, it's more fun. Like I'm never picking NA again because you just cannot find a match. The last month of any season, you just cannot find a match. So, like, I don't know. If you only play like, if you play at the beginning of the month to like get your calcs, you're probably fine in either region. But I don't know. Like there's some rotations and I didn't even have like a super high power. I got to like 27. Like 26, 27. And I was not able to find stuff. And there were people that were like 2900 and they legit couldn't do anything. How much better is the queue time? I mean, especially in zones, I basically never get like like whatever the message, no more, not enough players or whatever. You basically can always find the match. So like, it's not that you get matches like immediately, but like you're not sitting here. Like I was sitting in an A region for like 15 minutes, 30 minutes, an entire rotation without actually finding a match and not being able to get paired. But you almost never, like sometimes it still takes like 80, 90 seconds, but it's very rare that you see the no match found kind of thing. Sometimes with the Rainmaker, like, cause I'm not playing on JP time, so you know, if I'm playing like another mode, like a Rainmaker or something on another random time, then you know, like there's occasionally where you'll get the not enough players, but it only happens like once or twice at max, and then you'll definitely find a match. But like zones is never an issue because like Japan loves zones. It's like the only mode people care about. Which beast? Oh my god. Oh, I don't have the angle. I wasted a Booyah though, that's kind of lit. No, I missed my roll. I'm crying, I'm crying, I'm crying. Is that a Zuka, dude? What the heck? Oh no, they're gonna retake. I believe in my heavy. My heavy's like a god gamer. Oh no, I missed. Careful for flank, careful for flank. Y'all are so good. Dude, my team is so good. Holy. Holy. Trigger for his own supremacy. A team that plays like Japan Wanna zones tourney real. Y'all's level of aggression is like is good. Sometimes y'all get sloppy, but like once y'all are in control, it's y'all play to a higher degree. I think sometimes y'all give up games that you don't necessarily have to give up because y'all don't know when to like kind of. Sometimes y'all don't know when to reel it in, but the momentum that you guys have when you get something going is like scary. So sometimes y'all can kind of bash your head against the wall for a while. Heavy's a hot weapon. I wish it wasn't an anchor. I mean, sometimes it's not. Like, I mean, it is, but like, you can kind of use it for other stuff. Dude, that heavy was so good. It's so nice playing solo queue. That's the thing that's nice about playing like, I mean, it's just higher level stuff in general, but especially higher level, like the times where I get to play. Cause it was the same way in Splatoon 2. I played like top 500 players that were, like in Japan. It's like in Splatoon 2, there's like a couple of times where I had like 2650 lobbies. I don't think I ever got a 2700 lobby, but I got like 2650 a couple of times. I had to play like 3 in the morning, but it'd basically be like an all Japanese lobby and then me and like most of them were top 500 and like just the amount of discipline and like they're playing their role and you're expected to play your role. Like I just love it. The structure is so nice. Got a KO for now. I'm satisfied with the 8 pages. A final? Wait, what does KO mean in this context? But take care, have a good night. Congrats on your on the rest of your paper. I hope you make it out off the other side, or make it out the other side alive, or whatever the phrasing is. I get out of here. Is that the heavy from last game? Oh my. Slosh is so annoying. Where'd they go? I have no idea where that slosh went. I actually got juked. Yes. These are the spots where I need to keep my paint so I can get like I need to get consistent bombs, but I need to hit bombs when the team can actually like use them. It's a hard thing to explain, but if you're like a splash player that uses burst bombs a lot, you understand what I'm talking about. Like ink management is it's so interesting and it's like extra important in zones. I think it's my favorite mechanic when it comes to zones. And especially if you're playing like a painter role, like you have to be really, really good. I shouldn't have chased. Heck of a booyah bomb though. Wait, we're chilling, we're chilling, we're chilling. No, they're behind us. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say Vapor and like playing X-Flow is probably like it's probably like that to another degree. KO means knockout. Oh, you're good. So you're saying I thought you like so I'm assuming that means you're going to sleep. That's a weird way to phrase it. I'm gonna go knock out. That was dangerous. But sorry, boomer moment. Boomer when he had to realization. But no, it's such like a fun, like no one talks about it. Because I think it's just inherently understood. But like understanding like when you need to submerge in ink and for how long. It's like sometimes you can like you can refill for half a tank and get the bomb out faster. And there's certain spots where you need to hold it deserved it deserved to knock out after 8 pages. For sure, for sure. Nah, you're good. Take care. Hope you have a nice start to your week. Yeah, I mean being perfect, like again, this is like ink management in splat zones specifically. Like it's important in all modes, but specifically in splat zones because of the nature of the objective. Like you could literally like it could be a whole like semester long curriculum like talking about it and like the importance of managing it, especially for certain roles. Like whenever people talk about how they don't like zones as a mode, like they're not thinking about these things. Or maybe they don't find it fun, I don't know. But there's a lot of like there's constantly seconds of differences that change the whole dynamic of how you play the game. Expo is the most rewarding. Dude, I wish I could play backline. Not because I want to play for my team, but like Expo always seemed like a cool weapon. Like I mainly enjoy short range shooters. I love the feel of their movement in this game. But if I wasn't gonna play a shooter, the two weapons that always looked the most interesting to me was Explo and Tent. Like those are the two weapons that, for whatever reason, if I was to like ever need to learn other stuff, I'd play them. But they're like so slow, so it's like, I don't think they're for me. Like I wish I could play backline, but it doesn't scratch my brain the way that shooters do. But we're approaching the top of the hour, so this will probably be the last match of the night. I've been really enjoying like the part review, part gaming. I need to get better with it and I need to be consistent, but it's been fun. Nice. Yeah, we'll look to raid someone else after this. You trying to stream, Vapor? Can I send people your way? No, I'm kidding. Unless you wanted to, but no, I'm kidding. Ain't no way someone's starting a stream at this hour of the day. I'll be honest, I don't know what just happened. Class in the morning? Yeah, no, I'm giving you a hard time. I can cram. Oh, shoot. I was climbing up the wall and I was saying I should have been, I was saying in my head, I need to be more disciplined, but I'm so lucky there's no enemy ink. But the enemy ink was in the vantage point that I couldn't see. It was there, I just couldn't see it. Why did I crab here? I can't crab on a rail. That doesn't work. I'm so stupid. They're low. Still some buff. This is so bad. I don't want to play against ballpoint. I'm so goated. I was practicing my movement on this map for a video and it's like I can actually feel the difference right now. We still have a long road ahead of us. That's a huge set of picks. I'm feeding, I'm trolling. No. I say that and then my movement fails me. Flying crab, that'd be crazy. It'd be nice if we could take lead. Okay, maybe my teammates are actually cracked. I thought there was someone over here. Oh shit. No, please. I'm dead. Did we get the roller at least? No. If I get the kill on the roller, I think we win the game there. But I would have needed the discipline to jump out immediately. I keep feeding to the roller. I need to stop. Okay, they used everything, so I just crab after this and we're chilling. Oh, I didn't have crab already. Still a roller underneath me. They jumped. Roller sitting up here. Be careful. Roller, get the roller, get the. Oh my god, we lost this game. God, this roller is schmoving. Yeah, I can't really do anything is the problem. I need to paint for special, I guess. They're gonna take lead, but there's not much we can do. Did they slow down how fast you can get into your roller position? That's so unfortunate. I choked so bad. Unfortunate game to end on, but I got a GG. Dang. There are some good moments there. Oof. Maybe next time. But at least next time we go in, we'll be two for one. Yeah, no, we've had this conversation, and I'm totally fine to have this conversation again. I hate how crab feels. So wait, did they like nerf how long it takes for you to get back into your like ball form? Because I swear at some point I started dying to like the machine that I died to at the end when I was in crab. Like I died to those way more. They didn't change it. Oh, I don't know. It feels clunkier. Maybe I just respected it more before. There were some good moments there. My movement against Kraken at some point was really bad. One time it was pretty good. It was really bad. I missed the pick on the roller and I missed the pick on the some other stuff. Just so clunky. Yeah, no, I'm with you. It's rough. But fortunately, when we lost the set, we only lost 10. If we won, we probably would have won a ton though, because we'd be like top 500 people. Yeah, I wish they would have just like decreased the range or decreased the damage. Just do one of those things. But give me back my jumping expo shots. That's so much fun. I'm glad I can share my grief with other people. Anyways, appreciate all of the support from everyone today. Really appreciated. I think we're getting some good feedback, at least with the interest of giving codes. Jumping Expo is mine and mine only. You win this round. One day I'll be an Expo main. But yeah, at least the interest is there, and hopefully over time people find some value out of the actual like content itself. It's gonna take some time for us to like figure that out, but you know, I'm every time that we do reviews, I'm going back, reviewing it, cutting it, trying to figure out ways to improve, trying to find ways to shorten it. So I'm trying to streamline that process, so that'll hopefully give us more bandwidth for more reviews, but also you know, just making it an easier process and something that's more digestible for everyone. Yeah, outside of that, again, so much love and support from everyone. We really appreciate it. A lot of new faces here, which is awesome. Even though I butchered about everyone's name. But yeah, Lummo with the raid, Flamin' Hot Fledge with the raid, Cactus and Squid School, Jimothy with the double raid. Very much appreciated from you all. I've had a really good time getting back into streaming, and a lot of that is in part from you all. So, you know, it gives me a little bit of structure into my Splatoon stuff, which is awesome. But, you know, just interacting and working with you all has been awesome. The delay between the ball shots, gotcha. Yeah, it feels so bad. And I still get the issues where I'm holding a splat bomb and it goes into this form, and it starts zooming in after a crab. And I think it's the timing of my last Explo shot when crab is ending. But there'll be so many times where I'm like ready to move and stuff, and then it's just like, ugh. Your first crab last night? Yeah. For some reason, it seems like it's happening less frequent, but it consistently happens every so often, and it's frustrating. But anyways, appreciate you all. Again, I can't guarantee a schedule. I want to get to a point where I'm like, these days, these hours, we're doing it, but unfortunately I can't for right now. So right now we're kind of at the mercy of whenever I'm feeling it. But recently I've been feeling it, so we're chilling. But I'm gonna send you all over to X-Ray, my beloved teammate, Tetra Connoisseur. You're really feeling, I'm feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. But go give X-Ray a follow, give some support. They also like to do a lot of like in-depth analysis kind of stuff, so I'm sure at some point they'd be more than happy to do some replays and everything if that's something you're interested in, especially if you're a Tetra player, or if you're an L3 or H3 player that exists. X-Ray's got you covered. So anyways, have a good night, everyone. We'll meet again soon. And yeah, until then, stay safe, drink water, you know, be kind to yourself, be kind to others. Try to just be the positivity that you want to see in the world. Together we'll get there, one step at a time, at least in this community. And thank you everyone for your replay codes. I had a really fun time watching your that Zones game, Vapor, so I'm excited to go back to your YouTube and see the rest of the sets uploaded. Real excited. So definitely look forward to that. Anyways, later everyone. Take care. Have a good night. Enjoy yourself. All those other things I said before, especially the water part. Yo, Flaming Hot Pledge, thank you so much. And thank you again for the raid. Really appreciate it. End of the month, we love to hear. We're down for it. But anyways, I'm hitting the raid now button, so later.